free all time, every time. And it is a good time to be a part of the community today because we're going to be breaking open Bloomburrow draft wide open and we're going to bomb out. You know what they say? When in doubt, bomb out. Now, yesterday, unfortunately, we had a set of unforeseen circumstances, being that we did get to draft a really nice bomb and we just didn't get to put it on the battlefield. But hopefully things will change for the best. Just cooked up some deer meat. Just finished defrosting it. We're going to cook that up, get them good venison gains, baby. And you already know what it is. The best kind of deer meat is the deer meat that is made by you. There's the real facts here. All my Joe Rogan lovers out there. Oh, I also did just upload my second Bloomburrow draft and the first Bloomburrow draft, as well as my tier list for Bloomburrow. If you guys want to... If you guys want to understand my pick order, my card ratings for Bloomburrow draft at this point in the format, I just pinned that message inside my Discord under the Bloomburrow channel. So make sure to go check that out if you want to have access to my 17 lands tier list, which tells you what all the best cards are and when you should be picking them. And everybody who is part of my community is a winner. So, I got to give out the goo, boys. Which is how we roll. Side question. Should I pay for X Premium, aka Twitter Premium, so I can stream on Twitter too? Apparently. Oh, and hopefully today there is a hotfix coming, which is supposedly going to re-enable best of 3, which means our actual Bloomburrow journey can start. So I'm super excited about that. Hopefully we have enough time to do at least one best out of 3 draft for today's stream while it is up and active. And while I'm waiting for the client to reboot, let me go ahead and check my email, waiting back to see if I got a response from my job. See if I made it to the next round. And as well, I did actually just get a notification that says I should be receiving my prizing from the Winnabox events sooner than later, which is cool. I went through the process to do that. It was really weird. Oh, for anyone who is out of the loop, currently, President Biden is going to be talking about the hostage exchange with Russia back on the home soil. W's for the veterans, baby. Shout out all my veterans out there. We need to have more enthusiasm for our veterans in this country, because the reality is there's too many people sitting on their ass who are not Beatsbyash, because I'm not part of the problem, who do not respect our veterans, when in all actuality, they don't even understand that it is a privilege to not have to serve any military service, because like 9 out of 10 other countries have a 2-year minimum mandatory military service. And this is one of the few countries where we don't have to do that because we have so many honorable people. So we need to start putting honor and respect back to those individuals and stop treating them lower than homeless people and illegals who we're just giving hotels to live in for free, giving them free food, and get our veterans off the street, baby. Oh, also, I really want to do some Brawl content. I don't know if anyone is interested in some Commander stuff, but I have a really cool Godzilla deck that I built a long time ago. And I've actually found that, I built the Godzilla deck during COVID when that stuff came out. And I just liked the art of the Godzilla cards. I didn't even play. And then I didn't have anyone to play with, so we never got to fire it up. But I realized very quickly that the Godzilla cards and the, I don't know what you call it. It's the, it's not evolve, but it's a mechanic where essentially you put a card on top of another card. It's kind of like an adapting mechanic. And the creature, you can either choose for the creature on top so you choose one of the 2 creatures that you put on top to maintain the stats. And then you gain the abilities from both of them. And that's like the Godzilla mechanic. And so I have all the Godzilla alt arts, and then I quickly realized, oh, if I'm actually playing against a real person in a 4-player game, all they have to do is destroy my one creature, and then I'm actually just fucked. So for a long time, I still to this day have never been able to play the Godzilla deck that I built and spent like a boatload of money on 3 years ago. But with the release of Modern Horizons 3, I found a way to make it actually semi-competitive. And a lot of people are going to hate me for this, but I'm changing my commander to Nadu. The commander previously was one of those Godzilla guys who had that ability, but the thing is, I'm not doing, hear me out, I'm not doing broken things with Nadu. There's no infinite combos in the deck. There's like no way to abuse it, but the only reason I'm using Nadu is because when I'm adapting on top of my commander Nadu, number one, I get to draw cards or put lands out, which allows me to progress my game state. And like all those cards are really high costed, so it's not like I can just like go like infinite or do some broken shit. And number two, since it gives my guys like, it makes people not want to target my one creature as much because there is a cost to that since I'll be generating a free card if you target it. So I'm hoping that I'll at least get to do Godzilla shenanigans for like 3 turns of the game. That's what it's about. So I'm definitely want to showcase that deck, and I actually built like a comparable version on Arena. Holy shit, am I dropping frames? I feel like I'm dropping big frames here. My internet speed says I'm good. That's weird. But yeah, I just want to show you guys my Godzilla deck real quick. Now, this is really stupid, but on Arena, for whatever fucking reason, if you wanted to gain access to the Godzilla cards, you had to buy like sealed product. So like I have all of these guys. Let me show you like my favorite guy. Polywog Symbiote. Okay, let's go to card styles here. We can figure out what this mechanic is. We have the card styles on. Okay, here we go. Let me show you my favorite card. This is probably my favorite card I own. It's Baby Godzilla Ruin Reborn. This card is goated. So each creature spell you cast costs 1 less if it has Mutate, which is awesome because the deck is entirely made around Mutate. And I just realized the keyword is called Mutate. But for some reason, even though I own all of these alt art foils in real life, I can't acquire them on Arena because in order to get that, this style is acquired by entering a code. Go to the promotional website for more info. Turns out the only way you could get that is if you bought sealed product, which is no longer available, and then you don't even get a guaranteed one. It is a random chance. Let me see if that's actually a thing I can get, because if I can, I'll definitely do that. Oh, also, I really want to make a squirrel deck. Squirrels are pog. Oh, yeah, let me pull this up real quick. I want to see, is that actually how you get them? I'm not sure. Somebody let me know if the frames I'm dropping is, like, really bad. I'm getting a notification, and I usually don't get that. Okay. So, it's from Ikoria. Ikoria was the set I played in. And funny enough, this is actually a really memorable set to me because at this time, my brother who got me into the game, he actually went to a tournament with me for, like, the first time in, like, 8 years. Since I was, like, 13. And we played in a 2-headed giant. I think we actually went, like, 2 wins, 1 loss. Oh, and funny enough, for anybody who, I don't know how many people understand what 2-headed giant is. It's like 2v2, but you guys share, like the same, I think you have separate health totals, or no, you share the same health total, but you have like separate boards. So like with no knowledge, we ended up going 2-1, and the first match, neither of us had played 2-headed giant before, so you only play 1 game between you and the other 2 people, right? Our game ended so fast that we actually, like, we didn't know the rules, our opponents didn't know the rules. And so we both thought it was just best of 3. And I was like, oh, well, I mean, we won the first game and we're winning the second game. Okay, that's cool. But these are all the Godzilla cards. I need to get that card. I forgot what that's called. Is that called Mecha Ghidorah? Destroya. Fuck. See, this is the thing about using Nadu as my commander. I can't use Destroya. Or I also, at one point, I wanted to use Ghidorah. This one, Biocore Space Godzilla. It's one of my favorite ones. And I have Anguirus. I don't have Godzilla Primeval Champion, though. And the reason is because, but maybe I need to look into getting Godzilla Primeval Champion and putting him in the deck. Because people are probably going to hate me since I made my commander Nadu. So I probably have to put in some dual colored things. I do need this though. Mecha Godzilla. That card's kind of expensive. So hopefully I can get this job and we get a motherfucking Mecha Godzilla in this bitch. Okay, so I basically just can't get the Godzilla cards. Like, is there a way I can buy the codes, like, allegedly? Maybe there's a way we can buy the codes. Because I really do want to get me some Godzilla stuff. And I don't want to know how to unlock it. I want to see if someone's selling them. Oh, you had to play in the drafts? That's so stupid. I guess I just can't buy them, which really sucks. Oh well, I'll have to play it in person. It is what it is. It is what it is. But if anyone has any tips on what I should do with my Godzilla commander deck, this is kind of like the framework of what I'm doing. I made it green-blue. Let me see what the status is of my boxes. Something about the boxes. I know there was something that said that I get my boxes. It's like a weird way you get to it. Oh well, it's not working at the moment. We're Gucci. How have you guys been enjoying Bloomburrow so far? I feel like it's an interesting set, but I feel like the draft is just very, very simplified, I guess you could say. Also, shout out to all my Rumble homies. You know how it be. The Rumble train. I want to see if the president is talking about the hostage exchange right now. Okay, sweet. The president is now talking about this. We need to pull up the hostage exchange. Bro, Biden just said he doesn't need to speak with Putin. Are you kidding me? Well, now I know that I don't want to hear from you, bud. All right, here we go. Pull up this dealio. Pull it up on my Streamlabs here. Go to put Joe right next to me. Shout out my boy Sleepy Joe.
It's October of 2023. Russian authorities arrested them, convicted them in show trials, and sentenced them to long prison terms with absolutely no legitimate reason whatsoever, none. Paul, a former Marine, was in Russia for a wedding. Evan, a journalist,
shout out Paul.
Russian,
shout out Evan.
Russia, was in Russia, signed by the Wall Street Journal. Also a journalist, was in Russia to see family. All three falsely accused of being spies. And Vladimir was a Russian citizen by birth and holds an American green card. He's a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and was a pallbearer of my friend John McCain's funeral with me. He spoke out against Putin's regime. And for that, he was
your friend John McCain.
treason.
I thought John McCain didn't like you.
Their brutal ordeal is over. The families and I are able to speak to them on the telephone from the Oval Office. They're out of Russia.
They're out of Russia,
they're flown to Turkey.
and we're just going to give them $5 billion.
Soon they'll be wheels up on their way home to see their families. This is an incredible relief for all the family members gathered here. It's relief to the friends.
You know what? Let's make a squirrel
all
deck.
across the country who've been praying for this day for a long time. The deal that made this possible was a feat of diplomacy and friendship. Friendship. Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined a difficult, complex negotiations at my request. And I personally thank them all again. And I've thanked them personally, and I'll thank them again. All told, Russia has released 16 prisoners and home as well.
All right, so what are the best types?
Prisoners from Russia that Russia has released include 4 Americans, the Human Rights Organization Memorial, which won a Nobel Prize in 2022. Putin threw him in prison for voicing opposition to the war in Ukraine. 4 others worked with Alexei Navalny, political opposition leader who died in Russia prison this year. Now they can live safely abroad and continue the work of advocating for democracy if they so choose. This deal would not have been made possible without our allies. Germany, Poland, Slovenia, Norway, and Turkey, they all stepped up and they stood with us. They stood with us. And they made bold and brave decisions, released prisoners being held in their countries who were justifiably being held, and provided logistical support to get the Americans home.
There should be mythics.
For anyone who questions whether allies matter, they do. They matter. Today is a powerful example of why it's vital to have friends in this world. Friends you can trust, work with, and depend upon.
I mean, your friends didn't trust you. They literally committed a coup on you, Mr. Biden.
Sensitivity like this. Our alliances make our people safer. And we began to see that again today. Let me say this. It says a lot about the United States that we work relentlessly to free Americans who are unjustly held around the world. It also says a lot about us that this deal includes the release of Russian political prisoners. They stood up for democracy and human rights. Their own leaders threw them in prison. The United States helped secure.
Are there good enough squirrel cards to make this work?
That's who we are in the United States. We stand for freedom, for liberty, for justice, not only for our own people, but for others as well. And that's why all Americans can take pride in what we've achieved today. I want to thank everyone in my administration who helped make this happen. Our work did not start just
I would like to
day
thank
one.
Kamala for committing a coup on me.
Day one. During the transition, I instructed our national security team to dig into all the cases of hostages being wrongfully detained, which were inherently, well, we inherited them from the prior administration.
Prairie dog.
I wanted to make sure we hit the ground running, and we did. As of today, my administration has brought home over 70 Americans who were wrongfully detained and held hostage abroad, many since before I took office. Additionally, I issued an executive order in 2022 authorizing penalties like sanctions and travel bans on those who hold Americans against their will. And my State Department has introduced new warnings for Americans about the risk of being wrongfully detained by a foreign government. Deals like this one come with tough calls.
Probably play this guy.
And there are never any guarantees. But there's nothing that matters more to me than protecting Americans at home and abroad.
I feel like there might just be no win con to squirrels. Squirrels might just suck.
Americans around the world. Let me end where I began.
If we go rat.
With Paul, Evan, and also Vladimir and their families. They never gave up hope. You can't imagine what they've been through, all of you. Matter of fact, this lady right here, I think, was living in the Oval Office with us for a while.
Oh, wait, this is legal? Wow, I remember when this card was $50 and I pulled it as a kid.
They're home. Tomorrow's a big day. The 13th birthday of Miriam. Miriam, where are you? Come here.
It's your 13th birthday.
You
Come
all
here,
know
baby.
Our tradition in the Biden family. We sing happy birthday on any birthday. You ready? All of you. Happy birthday to you.
That's so creepy. What the fuck?
To you. Happy birthday, dear Miriam.
Happy birthday, dear Miriam. Now let me know when you're 16.
You're 30. God love you.
Who the hell is that?
She's daughter. Now she gets to celebrate with her mom. That's what this is all about. Families able to be together again, like they should have been all along.
But what about the other
Well,
hostages?
thank you again to everyone who did their part.
Why are we getting back
Just a few
journalists and not like
And
our
welcome home
veterans?
our
Like
fellow Americans.
that one veteran
forward
that's
to
there has
that.
been there way too long. He's been there for
God
fucking
willing,
years, dude.
We're going to be out at Andrews and get that done. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
I don't know how many people know this,
And,
but
This is a good day.
Joe Biden spent $6 billion on like less than 10
Welcome home,
hostages.
home.
And during Donald Trump's presidency, he spent $0 and got more hostages out of Russia. Now people, and we also exchanged them, one of the world's like leading arms dealers.
Well,
So that's cool.
Advising people not to go certain places. Tell them what's at risk, what's at stake.
These negotiations, and can you speak to the complexity of working with?
Is this a good enough rat? Maybe.
To secure these releases?
Well, look, I'm not going to take the time now, but I'll do this later in the week. I particularly own a great sense of gratitude to the Chancellor.
The Chancellor.
The demands they're making of
He gave me a tuggy in the back to get the
required me to get
hostages.
some significant concessions from Germany, which they originally concluded they could not do because of the person in question.
Oh, this guy's good.
But everybody stepped up. Poland stepped up. Slovenia stepped up. Turkey stepped up. And it matters to have relationships.
I forgot that,
These things matter.
honestly, Eldraine might just have better rats overall than Bloomburrow. I feel like Bloomburrow is just lower power level in general compared to Eldraine.
As my sister might say, your lips to God's ears, man.
I mean, this is double red. Maybe I can't play that. I'm just going to put all of the good rat cards down
I
here.
don't need to speak with Putin. Anyway,
Why do you not need to speak with Putin? Seems pretty important. This guy seems okay. This guy wasn't even available in the main set. He was like a bonus sheet or something. Some weird shit. What does this do? Wait, how does this have to do with rats?
President Biden, as he was delivering remarks on the U.S.-Russia prisoner exchange, he was surrounded by
All right, well,
family
I've heard
members
enough.
who
Fuck Biden's family members. I just wanted to hear about the hostage situation. Now it's time to fucking draft. But I want to build this rat deck. Just know, anybody out there who feels alone, who feels like they aren't being heard, the Rat King is here, and I'm here to solve all your problems by building a based-ass rat deck. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's a mouse? Oh, wow. The mice deck might actually be kind of huge, because this card I remember was really good. Some people actually put this in some standard decks. You know what's crazy is there's no Goblin type or a Merfolk type in Bloomburrow, which honestly are like two of the most iconic types, and I'm really surprised to see that. This guy's a weasel, but he's good. I've heard this guy's really good. Yeah, I feel like they tried to make it seem like you could make like all these different archetypal creature decks, but I legitimately just feel like every single one is missing some removal. I don't think there's ever been an archetypal creature deck that's been good where they didn't have like some good non-creature cards. Like you need creature cards and non-creatures. So I know I like this guy. I also like that guy. What did this do again? This wasn't even available in draft. When this dies, you get a 1/1 token. Target creature gets +1/0. Oh, that seems just kind of bad, right? I mean, it's a rat. It's like, what is the point of having these rat synergies when there's no payoffs? When this dies, it's 2. Yeah, it's 2, man. It's too much. Bro, why do pirates show up? I put in T equals rats. The filters are so sus. Okay, that's not a good card. Surely rats are somewhat viable, right? It's not like this is just such an underpowered set compared to what they let us on to be. That guy's probably fine. What about this guy? Other rats have Toxic 1. When this enters, look at the top 5 cards, reveal any number of rat cards from among them, put the revealed into your hand, put the rest on the bottom. That seems like a really good card. It's just the rat cards are so high costed. What if we go 1 and 2? Damn, why are the rat cards just so fucking overcosted? The rats deck is almost playable. Why? Why did they do this to us? It's like when a rat enters, it's like, but I can't play a rat that's less than 3. That's so bad. I think we need a judge in here to like ask why the fuck can rats not cost less than 3? Like for real, for real. On Jose, brother. On Jose. Maybe if I spend money, they'll allow best 2 out of 3 to come back. Alright, what is this? That's kind of cool. Okay. Hugs looks kind of badass. Manifold Mouse is badass. I'm going to try to make a mice deck. You know, I think mice is good. I think I just haven't had the opportunity to really do it. I also think the red-blue deck is underrated. Because I actually played against a red-blue person who had the 1/4 that keeps letting you exile the top of your deck. And it was high-key just gas. Like, it was just gas. There's no doubt about it. Alright, well, we gotta perform. We gotta perform. I'm gonna set up a prediction here. No, we'll do the prediction when we get to 6 wins. Prediction is 6 wins, so it's more suspenseful. All right, we're going to do this draft, and then I'm going to go put my deer meat in the air fryer. All right, make sure everything's good to go. We're Liddy boys. Liddy boys are here. Dear Arena devs, please turn best 2 out of 3 back on because I'm tired of this cancer format. All right, let's do it, boys. All right, welcome back to another Bloomburrow draft on the channel. This might be our last draft before best 2 out of 3 is turned back on, so we got to make it count. Our rare here is Storm Splitter, which is a really bad card, and it's sad because it's taking up a mythic slot in the highly anticipated Otters deck that is relatively a fail. At Uncommon, we have Feed the Cycle, and we also have Wix Patrol. And then there's also a Playful Shove and a Brazen Collector. Brazen Collector is good. I think I would rather start black, though, than I would want to start red. Because black just goes into a lot of directions, and personally, I feel like Feed the Cycle goes into multiple decks. I think it's better in the Squirrel deck, but I do think that it fits into multiple decks relatively easily. Also, Wick is a double black card, so we're going to take Feed the Cycle here. All right, so following up that Feed the Cycle, we see a Mockingbird, which I think is a very strong card, and a lot of people underrate it. What's very tricky about this card to understand at first glance is the blue that you're paying in addition to the X counts as 1. So even if you pay X as 0, you can still take something that's 1, which means that this is a copy something and gain flying at the same cost, which is pretty good in this set. There's also a Fell, which I think is just generally speaking a good card. And then there's also a Wandertail Mentor, which I'm a pretty big fan of. I just haven't gotten to play it yet, but I've seen a lot of people use it. Yeah, man, this is just a gas pack. There's also a Cindering Cutthroat there. I think Fell is just pretty good. Mockingbird is okay, but I'd rather stay black if I'm seeing, you know, another versatile black card to follow it up here. So we're going to go with the Fell. There's a cash grab we could maybe get back if we want to go green-black again. All right, so this pack is quite a bit less good. We do see that there is a hop to it, which I think is a very strong card, arguably the best card in this pack. I don't think that this card is great unless you're going into the green-white rabbits deck, which I think isn't like, I think it's kind of out of the question because we're starting off with 2 premium black cards. I'd be throwing away both these picks. So the question is, do I want to follow that up with a Moonrise Cleric or a Corpseberry Cultivator? Probably Corpseberry. Other than that, there's not really a lot going on in this pack. I think Corpseberry is probably a little better than the Life Creed duo, but not as good as the hop to it. And then this card's probably a little better than this card. Corpseberry. All right, well, we started off with 2 black removal spells. Might as well make it 3. Savor is one of the better ones because it gives you a game object in addition to trading cards with your opponent, which is awesome. There's also a Shoreline Looter, aka the Shoreline Mafia, which we love this card on this channel. And then there's also a Take Out the Trash, which I think is a fair option here as well. But I'm just going to stay the course, take the black card. Works the best with what we've got so far. Alright, well, we're down to 2 black cards here, but Persistent Marshstalker is a very good one. And just as well, Mind Whisker I think is great if you are specifically going Threshold. And honestly, I wouldn't mind going Threshold because we haven't gotten to do that yet in this format. Treetop Sentries is fine as well, but the fact this is still in the pack is a good sign that starting black was a good option because you don't even really need that much to make this card very exceptional. Alright, well, not a lot of goodies left here. There is a 3-tree Root Weaver, which could allow us to splash, and oftentimes these green-black decks are looking to play a couple blue cards if possible. There is also a Alania's Pathmaker, which I'm actually very up on now, but I think the Lizard deck is probably the deck that's the least interested. There's also a Scales of Shale, and we haven't seen any lizards yet, so probably not interested in that. This isn't a high priority card, but we might be doing the green-black thing again, boys. Alright, so not a lot left here. There is a Daring Wave Rider, and I do personally believe that this card is best used within the Threshold space, which we very well could be entering here. It's that versus, you know, a bunch of other cards we're just not interested in our deck. It is important to note that Barkform Harvester is good in these green-black decks as a one-of because it can stop you from milling out. We're going to go with the Daring Wave Rider here, and we're left with a little bit of low-value card optionality here. There's a Gossip's Talent, which isn't great. Eddie Murkrab is a good one, though. Could be moving out of green very easily here. Thought Shucker is fine, and Mind Drill Assailant is relatively unimpressive in general. Light Shell Duo is cool too, but I think I'd probably be more interested in the Eddie Murkrab, maybe getting off of green here. We'll just have to see how things go. Alright, well, there's Dire Downdrift. Not a premium card, but it is one I'm willing to splash, even if I am green-black. Just good overall in control decks, and could lead us down the Threshold path versus the green-black Forage path. There is a Live Dive Duo, which I'm going to go ahead and take here. This is a good top-end card in any control deck and gets really good once you get a second one. And then not a lot left going on here. There's a Shore Up. There is a Psychic Whirl, which could be okay if we end up with enough rats, right? So I'm just going to take it. If we have enough rats, we have enough rats. Ooh, well, there's a Shoreline Mafia. We love to get that back here. So it looks like we are more interested in playing a Threshold deck than we are per se playing a Forge deck. Our rare in this pack is Gev Scaled Scorch, which is an amazing card. Unfortunately, we're not in the position to take this here. How are we looking on our colors? I think you really want to try to commit as much as possible to one color in the first pack, just because the mana fixing is so bad. There's a Rabid Gnaw, which is cool. There's 2 Savers. Savor won't be as good in a deck like this if we move into the Threshold space, but it's still 2 mana, -2/-2, creating a game object, which is just fine. Hopefully on this pack, we could wheel the Centuries to move into green-black and just commit. We could even just splash this dire downdrift from there, but I need to take a black card here to stay on par. All right, well, there is Aluge, the Shoreless Sea. This is a pretty cool one, but you do have to be very, very blue, which we are not, and that is unfortunate. So there's a Splash Portal, which is better in a green-blue deck. There's also a Heartfire Hero, which is one that I haven't gotten to use, but I would like to in the future at some point. Honestly, not a very impressive pack for the direction we're going. I think I'm just going to take this Saver here, Saver number 3. Really incentivized to try to make the green-black dream work here. Well, there's a Wix Patrol, which will work with whatever we end up moving into. Also a Bark Knuckle Boxer of note. Really like this card in Expend, and even outside of Expend, I think it is a very fine card because you don't have to do any work to just get good stats for what you're paying for. Also, Junkblade Bruiser, another one that has gone up in my pick order. Really like this card. Colossal Dreadmaw, 5 mana. But let's go ahead and take the Wix Patrol, first time getting to use him. Ooh, and we got a couple options here. We got a Stargaze, which has been one that's been very impressive for me. We also have a Thoughtstalker Warlock, which I think is awesome if we can deal damage. There's a lot of aggressive stuff in the format. Could be pretty good. Stargaze is also very good. And then there is a Baker's Bane and a Cash Grab here. We have 1 Squirrel, 3 Rats. But our removal works better with green. Maybe I should be taking this Baker's Bane. I do have a Corpse Berry already. Try to just be primarily black-green for the biggest incentives. Yeah, I do really like Baker's Bane. Alright, well, I guess there's not a lot I'm interested in here. I'll pick up the Tidecaller Mentor. Is a card I might be willing to splash. Probably looking to just splash this Dire Downdrift and the Tidecaller Mentor. Not a lot going on here. Runaway is really only good in green-blue. There's another Corpse Berry. We have 3, count it, 4 forms of food generation, which is nice. And then, what do we got going on here? Dire Sight, Surveil, draw 2 cards, you lose 2 life, fine. There's also Bonebind Orator, which is a rat. Which is a squirrel, a card that I've actually been very high on. Especially when you get some self-mill. If we can get a Stargaze, something like that, get it going. Alright, well there's a Daggerfang duo. It is a squirrel and a rat, which is great for what we're trying to do. Get those cross synergies going here. There is a Treetop Sentries. There's also a Uncharted Haven. Given the way that our draft is going, I think I'm going to pass on the Sentries and take the Haven, as it is like the most likely form of fixing to come in for us. And then nothing here I'm really like going to be able to play. I guess let's just take this guy. Put him in the side deck. Don't really want to have to use him. Mind Spiral is one I might not mind splashing though. Ooh, and we end up getting the Stargaze back. That is huge, boys. Self-mill and card selection at its finest. You love to see it. All right, so let's go ahead and do a quick little deck check right now. Where we're at on our types. We're at 15 black, which is good. We have 5 rats, 5 squirrels. Could be going anywhere here. Moving on to pack 3. Our rare is Phineas H. Archer. A very strong rare, which I would like to get the opportunity to play in the future, but now is not the right time. At the uncommon slot of note, there is a Bushy Bee, my boy, the OG. Probably going to be our pick here. This card is great, and just based on the removal we collected, I think we just have to be primary green-black here. There's as well a Cash Grab, which would be awesome for us to pick up if we are able to get that on the wheel, or even a Nocturnal Hunger. But given how much removal we already have, I would much rather prefer getting the Cash Grab. This puts us at 6 squirrels, probably collect a couple more along the way. Ooh, and that is Ledger Shredder, boys. That is a bomb for real.
I fucking knew it! Oh!
To be honest, and he also just helps enable Threshold, which means he might be a relatively good card to be splashing. Splashing is really hard to come by. I mean, there is just a Clifftop Lookout, which is going to increase our mana. I really want the Ledger Shredder, man. I really do want that Ledger Shredder. Also, Coiling Rebirth is great too, but I think I got to take the fixing here. All right, what do we got going on here? So there is a persistent Marshstalker. Cool. We'll pick that up for sure. Clifftop Lookout can help us to get to our lands, potentially allowing us to splash this Mentor. We're currently at 19 playables, looking in good fashion to make playables. Our rare is Alania Divergent Storm, which is a very risky build around, but one that does have a relatively high payoff if you're already in that archetype and have the stuff to enable it. But a second persistent Marshstalker is great here. Hopefully I can get a cash grab along the way. Oh, hey, there's another A-Luge. That's funny. Wow, unfortunately this pack is just really bad for us. Maybe I'm just taking this 3-tree Mascon just to enable splashing. It is also a shapeshifter, which could be relevant to some extent. Ooh, there's a Fountain Port. That's really cool. There's also a Daggerfang Duo. I think I might just be interested in a Fountain Port here. I mean, it's pretty good. Also, the Daggerfang is pretty good, too. It mills us cards, which works with our deck. Yeah, I don't know if we can afford this. I think we just got to go Daggerfang here. It's just too good with what our deck's trying to do. All right, not a lot left going on here. We could just run these Corpse Berries because we have those, you know. We have those food generation. I guess there's a Thought Intimidator. It's a serviceable card, just a good curve filler. Not the worst. It is a rat. Maybe that's relevant. 16 creatures, pretty high on those, unfortunately. Ooh, well, that's another saver. That's also a Hivespine Wolverine, one I really like a lot. 7 squirrels, 7 rats. Oh, I really like this card, man. I think we might just want the saver. Nah, I want the top end. The top end just seems too important in a deck like this. Last pick here before I get our original pack back. Hopefully we can get back that cash grab to be so good for us. And we don't get it back. This is not a good signal here. Take the Thought Shucker. This is not looking good. Hey, we get the Coiling Rebirth back. That's great. We have a lot of mill in this deck. This is a very weird draft. But that's just how it be sometimes. Alright, well, we ended up with a very interesting one to say the least. We got a Wolverine, which is pretty cool. Let's see what we can do with this. Alright, so I definitely want to splash this. That's fine. I don't really care about that. Don't want to play that if I don't have to. Baker is cool. Those are cool. Need to cut one thing here. I do really like this card. Yeah, I think this is just a good card. Seven rats, which is really cool for our persistent Marshstalker. You can just keep getting this guy back. Wish I would have gotten a little bit more mill here. 17 creatures. Definitely getting a creature. Maybe it's just this Intimidator. I mean, it does just fit our... It fits our curve. It's a decent card to revive. I do just really like the Bonebind Orator. Just think it's a great card. Yeah, I don't know. Where's our landscape here? Okay. Did our blue provide us anything? What if I just cut all the green? If I decided to cut all the green, I get a Shoreline Looter, I get a Dire Downdrift, I get Eddie Merc, I get Daring Wave Rider. Is this just legitimately better? I mean, I have 3 Saver. I can make foods via that. This card's not terrible in our deck. Is this just better? Could go Thought Shucker. Thought Shucker wouldn't be terrible. Could also just put in the Psychic Whirl. I feel like this isn't the best. It's okay and sealed. It's like a decent card. This guy seems kind of good, though. What is Thought Shucker rated on my tier list? Ah, he's not very good. I have him very low. So if I put in my green package, I get a Wolverine. I don't really need the top end. I think I don't have the most synergies to be going with the foods. Like, it's not bad. It's not good, though. You know what? Let's try this out. I'm interested to see how it works. How many rats do we have? 8. Cool. Yeah, Psychic Whirl seems like a fine one, but it's just, I don't think our deck is really interested in it. Into the Flood Maw is decent. But I don't think it's what our deck's trying to do. Maybe we want to play this Mind Spiral. I kind of just want another Stargaze. Coiling Rebirth is pretty cool. Yeah, we could go... No, that's too high cost, so we can't do that. I do like being able to buy things back, because buying back Wix Control is disgusting. Okay, I was going to see if I had that that guy who puts stuff on the bottom of your deck, because that's a really cool one. Maybe this guy isn't that great. I mean, I have 3 ways to create a food naturally, which is kind of good. Which supports me playing one of these. Yeah, let's try this out. All right, well, we ended up with a pretty cool Threshold deck. I thought we were going to be playing some Squirrels, but I guess we're just going to play these Corpseberry Cultivator to go with our 3 Saver. And I mean, a lot of times you can go over 7 Threshold. We got an Eddie Merc Crab, which is my first time using him, so excited about that. And a Coiling Rebirth to be able to get stuff back, which is pretty awesome. So let's go ahead and hop into these games and see what we can do. All right, match number 1 here. Opponent's on the draw. And I mean, I don't have a great hand, but Saver on turn 2 does grow our Corpseberry, so I think this hand is actually way better on the draw here, because I can go turn 1 Uncharted Haven, make a green. I mean, make a blue. I'm stupid. Oh, that's not good. Playing red, hopefully he's not green. Okay, red, white. Ooh. He gets right over our stat line. That's so sad. Really needed him to play a 2 health minion. Well, we're already bricking, boys. Brick city, bitch. Alright, buddy, come on. Play a 2 toughness minion. I believe in you. You can do it. You're playing red-white. You're supposed to be aggressive, brother. Okay. That's fine. I can still fell here. Ooh, and I hold a Feed the Cycle. Cool. Just kill that, I guess. Does bro literally have a, like a save spell here? Oh, he just gave me a food? That's kind of nice. That's funny because now I can feed the cycle. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I wouldn't have been able to do this, but because he enabled it, I'm great. Foraging. Cool beans. Good top deck, good mills off our Stargaze, please. Ah, it's such a bad top deck, bro. Don't be doing me like this. I might as well pay 3. Alright, I'm stargazing, baby. I'm a motherfucking star boy like the weekend. Wow. All non-land. That is crazy. Definitely want Eddie. Could do this. This enables our threshold. Yeah, let's do that. All right, Ed, and Eddie are here. I feel like Eddie Murkrat should have reach. Like, everything in the format has reach. Why does he not have reach? He's got big arms. He has more of a justification to have reach than some of these other Bothos. I watched the Bloomburrow trailer. It's so adorable. Hell yeah. Yeah, they've been doing a really good job with the trailers recently. TBH. Okay, so that's 5. Oh, he put a 2 health minion on the board. We're so late here. We're actually just so lit. So we can go Saver. Bro, please do not have another removal. Okay, great, great. I could just reset that and it just decreases my ed. I mean, this has flash. I'm just going to tap down his guy during his turn. What does food do in this game? So food is a token that you can pay to and sack it to gain 3 life. But a lot of cards in this format and some other formats, they'll have synergies with food. So for example, I had a card earlier that said, if I sacrifice a food, I get a 1/1 counter on it. I'm going Ed, and Eddie on this boy. Eddie Merc. Eddie out here murking boys because he a little boy to me. Bro, what? Why do you have this? Bro, what the fuck? Nobody disrespects Eddie Merc on my watch. Nobody makes me draw an 8th land in a row. I would never have that happen to me. Alright, mill me something recursion. No, I needed recursion. That's not recursion. Alright, well, we're just gonna bounce that back to his hands, because, like, we can. Dire down drifting. Dire down drifting, son. Yes, sir. Even trade skis. Oh my gosh. What? Brother, what the fuck? What are these top decks, my man? Sheesh. Wait. Is this actually just cracked? I think I just go Cooling Rebirth. I could gift a card. So I'd make a 1/1 copy of it. Nah. I need recursion. No. Why am I just hitting so many fucking lands, bro? Like, what? Why am I in Land City? I'm down to 15 cards? Holy crap. Let's go. Can't stop the Wicks patrol, baby. John Wick in this biatch. Wow, I actually really like the way the Threshold deck plays. It felt like I just had like a lot of agency to affect the outcome of the game. Boys, I may have been skeptical. I may have been too skeptical on blue. Blue might just be the goo. Alright, well, I can't do anything proactive, but I do have 3 removal spells. The issue is I only have 1 black, which is quite relevant. I'm gonna mull. Alright, well, this hand has no blue, but that's not necessarily an issue. Alright, so I have the Marshstalker into the Saver. Hopefully that's good enough. Alright, I need a blue. Blue boys in the chat, please. Calling in a favor from the man upstairs. Alright, another red-white duelist, man. He's got a carrot cake. Okay, I don't think that card's that great in this archetype, but sure. I think this is exclusively a green-white card, in my personal opinion. Well, damn. That really sucks for us. Let's go in, see if he trades. Trade skis? Trade skis? Yeah. Free game piece. Alright, don't worry. He doesn't understand how good we are at Threshold. Like, we're just a Threshold OG. Alright, please play a 2 health guy. No, Jolly Gerbils has 3 health. That's not fair. Judge. Judge. No, I need a blue mana, brother. Brother. He's gonna start gifting shit with the gerbils, man. This is unfair. Bloobin the Goo, since you got Jinbei promo on the map, that's facts. If they remember me for anything, it's making Jinbei a real card. Shout out to the Singapore fuckheads who tried to tell me that blue was ass and that I was a hamburger brain dead American. Without those guys, I would have never had the ambition to be able to successfully become the Jinbei Jit. Well, this is really sad. Put 1 into my hand. Oh, another black source. Great. I'm happy. Yeah. Wow, I just not allowed to draw a blue source. That's really cool. It's not like I mulliganed or something like that. Like, that never happens. It's weird how when you have a forage available, the opponent's food just highlights. It's like, when do I get to sack his food? My food's too valuable. Like, he has a shitty carrot cake over here. It was obviously, like, homemade. And I'm over here, like, getting my cakes from Baskin Robbins, brother. I'm a high roller like that. Need to get some context on these Singapore bullies. I mean, I've said this before. I was in the, there's this, these people called Team Seafood King. And they had like, oh, fuck, it's another person who has a Beza? Bro.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
How many people are we going to play against who have this exact same bomb? That's so frustrating. So there's these people called Team Seafood or something. And basically, like, very early on in the game, like, before they actually, like, became, like, popular, I was in this Discord server. And these people would make these, like, articles. And they had a Patreon. And so, like, that was, like, the first information I'd seen from overseas. So I was like, okay, I'll check it out. And so I was reading their articles, and they had Blue as, like, F tier in set 1. And I made a comment in the chat. I was like, hey, I saw that you guys have, and I think it was set 2 as well, they had it at F. And I was like, I think you guys, because they were saying it just gets hard countered by Green Kid and Red Green Law. And I was like, hey, I've been doing pretty well with Blue. I, in fact, have won 13 out of 17 tournaments in a row getting first place. And I've never even gone more than 1 loss in a single tournament with the deck. Would you guys consider moving it up to, like, B tier? Because I think that I was telling them, I was like, well, you guys didn't have access to the Jinbei promo card until the very last day of, like, the expansion. So you didn't really get to play with that. And I think the card just, like, drastically changes the game. And they were like, no, that's ass. Like, fuck you. And I was, this guy was like, do you want to try it out? And I was like, sure. Like, I was just being nice. I was like, sure. I mean, I'm down to play anyone. That sounds fun. And then the guy challenges me, and what I don't know is he's created like a secret channel that I can't see, where he has like 9 other people watching and making fun of me. And essentially this guy queues up against me with Red Green Law, and at the time, like, this guy, he basically was not using the standard build, because I was like saying, like, I do pretty good versus Law. He made a build where he's just playing 4 copies of 8 cost Eustace Captain Kid, which, like, 9 out of 10 people who play the deck didn't even play 1 Eustace Kid. And that card just hard counters the deck. And the guy just has Eustace Kid into a God Curve with, like, Jewelry Bonnie and Law. And, he picked a deck specifically to hard counter me, and then beat me in 1 game, and I was like, good plays, bro, GG. And he was like, how do you feel about it now? Hamburger brains ass, a dumbass American. This deck's fucking shit. You're dog shit. And all these, like, people started going on me. And I'm like, dude, I'm just thinking in my mind, okay, what the fuck? I'm literally a paying customer of this service, and you guys are talking to me like this? Do you guys, like, not want money? Like, I was being completely respectful, and these people were just, like, cursing me out, just, like, saying all this stuff. And I'm like, the guy played me in 1 game. He didn't even want to rematch me. I'm like, bro. Like, just because someone beats you in 1 game, in a best of 1, that doesn't mean shit. Especially considering you hard countered me. Like, you literally picked a deck that hard countered my deck. Oh, he beat me in 1 game. He's just gonna retire as champion. That's cool, man. I love that for you. And then you just start being so disrespectful. It's just like, what the fuck? Who the fuck are you, eh? Like Lil Uzi said, who the fuck are you, eh? Shout out Lil Uzi, that was a banger. Do we go live dive here? Do we go dive on a boy and go out my way? Nah, I think I have to fuck on him with my boy Eddie Merc. I'm gonna Merc somebody and go out my way, son. Alright, shout out the homie Corpse Berry. We're about to beat this bomber, man. I showed up and decided I wanted to play Bloomburrow. And my opponent showed up and decided that he wanted to play Bomberman 1996 on the Sega. We're just different, you know? We are not the same, baby. And honestly, oh, and another thing is, that same guy, he, one of the people who was a part of that was the guy who, he's literally banned now. I don't know if he's unbanned, but basically he's just a rich fuck, like a trust fund baby from Singapore. And I met the guy in person. And I was like, hey, bro, I'm from the Discord. It's nice to meet you. I was like, you want to be in the video? Because I was doing a vlog. And he was like, yeah. And then it was that guy. He did that stuff right after I had already met him in person. Which, to me, is just a really pussy thing to do. Like, you're acting very nice and respectful to a person that you just met in person. And then online, you're just going to start, like, just completely disrespecting that person who's also giving you money. Like, that's fucked. And then that guy ended up eventually getting banned because what he would do is he couldn't get into the tournaments. Like, he legally isn't allowed to play. So he would have American people, like, he would steal their ID and he would pretend to be someone else. So he would enter the tournament under someone else's name. And he did that so many times. Like, he did that against a person I knew. And then finally another person I knew ended up reporting him for it because that's, like, illegal. And this guy, he was considered the best Zoro player in the world. Bro, he didn't even understand that you want to play as many searchers as possible in Zoro. How fucking brain dead is that? Like, all I did was take math into the equation and use a hypergeometric calculator to compute, like, a simple issue. And then all of a sudden, you know, this guy, he's a rank 1 Zoro player in the world. It's like, who the fuck are you, Let him know, Lil Uzi. I feel like he's gonna pop me. I mean, at some point I have to block. Bro, don't do this to me in front of my boy Eddie Merck. Eddie Merck doesn't deserve this. No, don't do me like that, son. Son, don't do me like that. I have a treasure now. Do I want to bounce that to reduce my damage? Honestly, yeah. The amount of damage I'm taking here is just very high. I think I need to do this. Wait, what if I bounce that guy? Yeah, because that's like damage I can't really block. Yes, sir. Dude, Jolly Gerbils is such a broken card. I don't know who created Jolly Gerbils, but they should be fired. This is such a terrible card. It just says, okay, I have this card, so all these cards that were made with an actual cost associated with them, if the person who has this doesn't have the pay the cost for any of those cards that are already pushed. Like, okay, well, fuck me then. Eddie Merck on a boy, then I go out my way. Call him Mr. Krabs, then he do the dash. Dude, this is such a cool card. Costs 1 less for each instant sorcery in your graveyard, and then you can pay, like, I paid 4 mana for a 5/5 that taps 2 creatures opponent controls. Okay, another bomber, man. Bro, I want to know where these people are that keep coming out of the woodwork. Literally almost every person we've played against thus far in our Bloomburrow journey, they have minimum 4 rares. The most I have had thus far is 2. And they weren't even, like, synergistic. But then we play against 3 people in a row who have Biza Bounding Spring, which is such an unfair, polarizing card. I mean, I don't know how I can beat this guy. I think this is lethal on board, depending on what he tops. Yeah, because his guys do additional damage. It's like he's playing Bomberman 1996. We're playing different games. Bro, MTG Arena, please turn best of 3 back online. My chat wants a cultured experience. Oh, he's just passing? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Beatsbyash is the name. Eddie Merck is the gang. Mess around, we gon' make you look like Mr. Krabs. Eddie Merck have his fun, then he gives you a grab. Pinch, pinch. You must be a mouse, cause I got you hella trapped. That's my boy Eddie Merck, and he knows how to rap. Glide Duo on deck, and he always got the stacks. Paper Chasers, Bonebite Orator, always do the dash. In case anyone is unfamiliar with my freestyle skills, I'm actually a highly regarded freestyle person in my community. I have one of my friends who gives me used to give me a bunch of music on the channel. He's a producer, and what we used to do is whenever he would make a new beat, I would always freestyle on the beats to see if it's a good beat. And whenever I get drunk, I just pop off. Unfortunately, I just haven't, like, desired to get drunk in a very long time, so I haven't popped off like that. All I'm saying is, you don't want me to freestyle when your girl is around, because then you might end up like Eddie Merck. Okay, our opponent just took 2 minutes to decide his play pattern while he throws down a land. That's very cool, man. Good micromanagement. Dude, the micro decisions on this guy are just insane. Who would have known that after 2 minutes, he was actually supposed to play a land? I wouldn't. I feel like Eddie Merck should have secret reach. Like, he's literally reaching for a mouse in this picture. Also, I want it to be known that this person, if they would have just attacked 2 turns in a row, they legitimately could have killed me, because their bomb says all their creatures doing whatever damage they do +1, which even if he had to sacrifice one guy, would be a confirmed kill. But for some reason, this guy is just being a cuckold. Alright, don't mind me. I'm just going to top deck a land for 6 turns in a row. That's awesome. And before that, I drew 1 playable card into another 5 lands. Man, it turns out playing the basic land game is a very fun and interactive experience. Especially when your opponent has bombs like this. If this was best 2 out of 3, this guy would be so cooked. Because his, like... His plays are just so sloppy. Like, if I was in his position, I would have already ended the game 4 turns ago. But just because this is such a bomb-heavy format, and it's basically solitaire, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Well, that's it for me. Thank you, Eddie Merck. You did your job, but unfortunately, I just drew lands for 8 turns in a row. Alright, new record for drawing consecutive lands in a row. The record is now 8 for this format. I want to put that up. Yeah, we're going to put up a counter for most lands drawn in the format. That's usually something I like to keep track of, just to demonstrate to people why the hand smoother is such a bad concept from the arena devs. Would it have been good to have a Mind Spiral? I feel like Mind Spiral is just a good card. And you give them a fish to tap down one of their guys. That's just really cool. I mean, we have a Stargaze. I wish I just had 2 Stargaze. I would totally play them. Honestly, I was blinded that I should be playing green because I have a Wolverine. Like, everybody knows that the new Wolverine and Deadpool movie is hella hype. And so, when you see a Wolverine, you have to pick a Wolverine. That's on Jase. Oh shit, I'm going against Joe Joester. Bro, I'm literally going against, the main character of, that one woke anime. I forgot what that's called. I think it's Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, I'm going against the Cowboy Bebop, Joe Joester. Right? Can anybody confirm? So this, like, I have 3 high-costed cards. Can I afford to keep this? If I don't brick on lands, I probably win the game. But that's an unlikely statement to make. We have to mull here. Okay, this hand is vile. This hand is so vile. I'm rocking out with the Shoreline Mafia, baby. You know how we blow. Damn copyright laws not allowing me to fulfill my Shoreline Mafia dream. I like how I can just show like streams of the president and not get copyright infringement or demonetized. But as soon as I, you know, do a synopsis of a movie plot, the repercussions have to come in. I believe the reset for Best of 3 coming back online should be available in like an hour or two. So hopefully I just don't burn through all my gems before I get the Best of 3. Because I need the videos, man. And I've honestly been really proud of my ability to have been consistent with the videos. Because it really takes so long. Like, I have to sit there for like 4 hours straight to cut out all the dead space. And there's really like no rewards for it. Because they just don't like, those type of videos don't perform very well. But I know that if I do them consistently a day after day, that it will eventually generate something. And something funny to note is actually posting the draft videos has caused me to consecutively lose subs. Oh shit, that was a really good discard. The video output has been solid. Appreciate it. Yeah, like, every now and, like, I actually, like, I'll gain 10 subs and then I'll lose 10 subs. And I actually gained a lot of subs last month, but I've now lost, like, 30 plus subs. And I think it's just people leaving from the One Piece community. But a lot of those people didn't realize that even then I wasn't just posting One Piece videos. From the beginning, I was posting Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic. If you look back in the earliest videos of my channel, one of the earliest videos was Magic, way before the One Piece card game even came out. Okay. Okay, Joe Joester. Get out the toaster. Because you're toasted, buddy. Is it just me or is Fell the best piece of interaction I could have versus this green-red player? Because even if he plays an elemental here like the Moose, I'm actually cooking. Bro, what? Wow. I love how my opponent just did such a negative interaction, and somehow I'm punished by drawing a land. That's really cool. Well, I think I can do this during my opponent's turn, so I'm just going to hold it up. And then I guess I can add back the Shoreline Mafia if it comes to it. Oh, shit. He's making a token. Do I really care about that? I feel like I don't. I think in this situation, I probably just add back the Shoreline Mafia. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when the Shoreline Mafia comes for you? And I knew it. I literally had to add this back. I didn't want to add it back because I knew it was really bad. But I knew I was going to sit here and brick in best of 1. I've literally, like, all of Modern Horizons 3, I bricked on lands 2 times. 2 games out of 100 draft events and seals. Even more than that. So over 300 matches, and I bricked on under 5 games. And then as soon as I play best of 1, the bricks just come in, and I'm playing the appropriate ratio of lands to where this should not be consistently happening like this. Have I ever considered live streaming Master Duel or The Sim? So I actually did stream Master Duel consistently early on when it first came out, and it just gets no views. The thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, and why I was like, okay, basically in the beginning, my friend was like, bro, you need to make, like, I didn't even know about the One Piece card game, but my 2 friends just love the anime, and they were like, bro, we got to get in on this. And if you start making videos, you can be one of the first people. And I'm like, okay. Because in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just so extremely saturated that it's honestly not even worth it. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! It's so bad, like, the amount of people that there are doing it. And it's really sad because card games in general are one of the only niches that I have ever seen where for some reason it's acceptable to have shitty equipment. Every other niche, like Yu-Gi-Oh, people just do these deck profiles on their phone, and if you've been doing it a long time, somehow you just have like all the subs. But then in any other like space, that's not going to get you anything. Like that does nothing for you because everyone's expecting a movie quality level setup. I have made some Yu-Gi-Oh videos. What I do enjoy with Yu-Gi-Oh is making these videos where I have a bunch of old format decks from 2012 to 2015. And so when I have friends come over, I'll either live stream those or post videos of the gameplay. And I really enjoy those. Those are pretty fun. And they're also just like something I enjoy. Bro, stop rolling me. No, don't do me like that, son. Why do you have 3 counters now? This is not fair. Bro, are you kidding me?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
I literally just want to play the damn game. But I can't even make basic actions because for some reason, my opponents just draw bomb after bomb. And I sit here drawing basic lands. And every time I do that, I think about whenever Will told me, yeah, I don't really like games where you have to draw a mana base because you can brick. And it hits home. All right, let's try this again. I'm trying it again, boys. Buddy puts it on top. What a cuckold. Only a cuck would put something like that on top. Thank you. Thank you.
I fucking knew it. Oh!
I actually have a playable piece of interaction here. This is crazy. Hey, this is crazy. I just met you. But here's for all the basic lands that you just cuckolded me for. Add 3. Oh my gosh, it was all lands again. Are you kidding me? This is legitimately my remaining lands. Wow. Okay, finally, my opponent quits out, not because I got to do anything cool, but because all it took was me drawing into a non-land. That's hilarious. I didn't even get a good selection. That's so funny. Across all TCGs, what's the deck and archetype I've hated playing of all time? That's a very good question. So in terms of Yu-Gi-Oh, I think it would have to be the Fluandereeze deck. So if you don't know what Fluandereeze is, it's probably the most unenjoyable deck to go against of all time. And it basically just created a movement where all these people who are terrible at the game get extremely rewarded. And essentially, everyone moves on to this deck because they realize they aren't good enough to beat people who put in the time to learn all the stuff because it's a floodgate deck. If you're unfamiliar with the term floodgate, it's something that means you turn everything off. You turn one aspect of the game off. So a good example of this would be in Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a card called Skill Drain, which is a trap card that stays face up forever and says, while this is on the field, negate the effects of all face-up monsters, which is a huge effect of the game. Like, some decks only play monsters, and then if you're that person, you're like, oh, well, this card literally stops the answers to that card. So it's physically impossible for me to answer this card, which means I automatically lose, not because you used any skill, but because you flipped this card face up. So Fluanderies is a deck that doesn't use special summons. A special summon is basically like playing another monster for the second time each turn. You get one summon per turn that's a normal summon, and then after that, you have to have cards that let you put other monsters on the field, and those are considered special summons. Well, Fluanderies is like one of the only decks that doesn't use special summons. And essentially what they do is they get out this guy who is a wind attribute guy and says, while this is face up on the field, neither player can special summon monsters except wind monsters. And what do you know? Fluanderies is literally the only deck that has ever been semi-viable in the history of the game that is wind attribute. So you don't get to do anything. And the combo literally is physically impossible for you to mess up. Because if you do something wrong, that would have been an illegal action, which means you still have to let the person do the thing, which is really stupid. And on top of that, the deck is hella consistent, and they use, honestly, one of the most irritating cards of all time, named Dimension Shifter. Dimension Shifter, I'm going to pull it up, because this is a really hated card. This actually caused me to, I started off this regional in Tulsa. I was a game away from being the first person to ever, I was a game away from being the first person in over 10 years to win the Tulsa Regional who was from Tulsa. And I went against the one person in all of the top 32 who was playing the Fluanderies deck. No one else was. I was playing the best deck, the most base deck, tier elements, Priashizu, and I literally destroyed every person in the mirror match. And it was probably the most hot tournament I ever had. And then I went against a guy, the only guy who played Fluanderies out of the top 32. And he had a Dimension Shifter. So Dimension Shifter says, let me pull it up here. Dimension Shifter says, if you have no cards in your graveyard, which this is the other irritating thing about Fluanderies, all of their cards say if they would be sent to the graveyard, they're banished or removed from play instead. And that is just like an external zone. It doesn't count as the graveyard. And they can add their cards back from there. So this card says you have to have no cards in the graveyard to activate it at any time. It's a quick effect. That deck will never have a single card in the graveyard. Quick effect, so anytime during your opponent's turn and your turn, you can discard this card until the end of the next turn. Any card sent to the graveyard is banished instead. Well, it turns out that like 90% of the game nowadays has to send stuff to the graveyard to legally make actions. So people who are dumb, brain-dead idiots like to play this deck because they literally just play this card and it has like a 50-50 chance to automatically just cause the other person to quit because there's no way to stop your opponent from doing this if they play first. There are no answers in the game that can stop this if the person who has this gets to go first and does it during their turn. There are literally no ways to respond to it. And then at that point, your turn is entirely passed. It goes back to them and they can just kill you. Oh, and I forgot to mention, they can also add this card back to their hand to do it again. So even if you aren't dead, they can just keep recycling it and you are just locked out of the game. Another important aspect to understand here is this is considered a hand trap. A hand trap is a monster, but it has an effect to discard itself to affect your opponent at any time. So in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, hand traps are very important. Most decks are playing like 15 now, which is crazy because 10 years ago, most people would play 2 to 3 copies of a hand trap. But there's so many now, it's such an important part of the game. Yu-Gi-Oh is now no longer a 6 to 7 turn game on average. It is a 1 to 2 turn game, meaning either the person who goes first completely locks you out of the game and you scoop because they have so many cards that say, I negate your card, you don't get to play the game, or you go second and you have a way to break their board and you are, or you go second, and you have a bunch of hand traps, and you stop them from doing their plays, then on your first turn, you can attack because you're not the first player, and you kill them. So this card stops the other person from using hand traps, which are your only way to stop the Fluanderies player from doing their combo and locking you out of the game. But because hand traps have to go to the graveyard, even this card has to go to the graveyard, but since you only need to activate one, it doesn't matter, right? That's like the only one they have. So for anyone else in the game, if they play this in their first turn, now at that point, not only are you locked out of the game from your plays, you also now have a 0% chance to respond to any of their cards, because you legally can't send cards from your hand to the grave, which results in an auto loss. And essentially, the guy I played against, he was the only person out of the top 32 who was on this deck, and he drew 2 copies of this card all 3 games, and he also drew another card called Mystic Mine. And Mystic Mine is also regarded as the most unenjoyable card ever created. This is the most hated card in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'm going to summarize what this does for you, because it has a lot of tax, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just fucked up like that. So this card is it's a field spell. So basically, it's like a stage in One Piece. It stays on the field unless someone destroys it. Turns out there's not a lot of ways to destroy it, because people don't main deck cards to specifically respond to one card, because that's really bad. So this card says, while your opponent controls more monsters than you, they cannot activate any monster effects or declare an attack. So what you do is, if you go second, and they have a bunch of guys in the field and they think they win, you go Mystic Mine, haha, I win, you lose. Because now at this point, you can no longer use any of your negates on field, any of your monster effects, and you cannot attack, and you do not have an out to this card in your main deck. So now at this point, we literally both have to sit here for 30 turns of pass, go, until you deck out, because I can't win any other way. I literally beat you by you running out of cards in deck. And it creates the most unenjoyable experience possible. Now, people will also combine this in a dedicated Mystic Mine deck where they have another card called Field Barrier, which is just a spell card that stays face up and it says, while this is on the field, field spells can't be destroyed. And you're like, oh, well, I actually had cards specifically in my deck to stop my opponent from doing this because this is such a toxic card and it's come to this, but now they have another card that says it can't be destroyed. Wow, I'm going to have to deck out here. This is fucked. Or what was most commonly happening is people played one main deck out, 1 out of 40 that's not searchable, and they're like, okay, well, I can just wait until I get that to respond to this. And then you do that, and then they have a bunch of cards, they stop you from killing that turn, and they play a second copy, and you're just fucked. Now, does anyone have any guesses to how long this card was legal? Take a guess. How long do you think this card was legal in the game? What was the release of this? When did Dark Neostorm come out? It came out in 2019. 2 days. Wrong. The card was actually legal until 2023. No, I think it was longer than that. Okay, yeah, so the card was legal for a little bit over 4 years. And I want you to know that this card was consistently used in every single deck in the game from event to event. Because what would happen is someone would put this in their deck and they're just playing a normal deck, but they have this in there, so like, oh, I can't win via my normal game plan, I'm just going to play this, and everyone else is like, oh, I don't want to main deck a card that specifically only works against this card, but is dead in all other implications, so I guess I just lose to this Mystic Mine. That guy does really well in the tournament, then everyone goes to, okay, now I'm going to just main deck a bunch of hate for Mystic Mine. So then, once that happens, the Mystic Mine players disappear for a bit. Then they come back when everyone switched their, mindset, and it just keeps being this cat and mice game of how, like, okay, he has a Mystic Guy and I need to respond to that. And there's also locks with this. There was actually a combo associated with this that someone came up with where on turn 1 of the game, you give your opponent a monster to their field, and then you use another card that tributes itself to put a counter on that card, which says it can't be destroyed. So now on turn 1 of the game, you control a monster, I don't, and that monster can't be destroyed. I'm going to play Mystic Mind. So now, I've literally locked you out of the game before you even got to take a turn, and there's just no outs. Is Konami just slow to respond? I mean, this was probably the slowest response in the history of the game. I don't think any card that has been this hated has ever been legal for anywhere near this. Like, they'll actually do emergency bans. So there was a deck that came out like a couple years ago, maybe a little bit over a year ago. It was called Super Heavy Samurai. And it was a deck that was old, like 10 plus years old, but they came out with new support with it in the recent set. And what they ended up doing is they're like, oh, this support makes it way too unfair. We're actually going to nerf it like 3 weeks in. And everybody who spent $1,000 on this deck is just fucked. And it wasn't even that unfair of a deck. It was just good. But the reason they did that is because they're like, oh, well, all the old cards that were a part of this deck, they were common. And a lot of people have those. And the new support for it are uncommon and common. So they don't have to spend a lot of money to build this archetype, and it's good. Which means we're not going to sell as many cards. So we need to hit that immediately because we need people to buy the money archetype. Pretty much all of this is why I said that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is probably the worst about banning. It's not because of how fast or how slow it is outside of this one example. It's because the ban list is largely determined by them being able to sell products. So typically, when a new deck comes out, if they're like, oh, this deck isn't as good as the deck that was already out, we need to ban that old deck so that people will buy this new deck. And so they have this perpetual thing where they're like, every 4 months, we need to do a ban list to ban all the older stuff that people already own, so they have to buy new cards, regardless of whether those cards are even good or not. It's a perpetual money scheme. And then I also want to tell you about another card. This card has caused so many people, this last year, caused so many people to leave the game because of how money hungry they became. Okay, this is SP Little Knight. Now, okay, literally less than 2 weeks ago, SP Little Knight, the lowest copy you could get was $100. Now, if we go back for a year, because the card has been out since August 2023, the card has been up to $150 a copy, and for this entire year, it has been over $100. This card, literally, it is called a Link Monster. It goes in the extra deck, which is a deck next to your deck where you can like fuse monsters on your field to go into. Well, normally those cards are like, okay, the requirements to summon this card are 2 Thunder type monsters. Okay, you have to play the Thunder deck. It can only be used in that deck. Well, this card says 2 effect monsters. 99.9% of playable cards in the modern era are effect monsters, which means that literally anyone, even the Flowanderies deck, which does not even special summon, this is considered a special summon, should have an SP Little Knight if they want a good chance to win a major tournament or even perform decent on the local level. And I want you to understand, in a lot of decks, if you want to have an optimized deck, it is correct to play 2 SP Little Knights, which largely gatekeeps the vast majority of people out of the game. I was literally at a local event where everyone is super casual, and I came in there, I was playing One Piece, and this guy is sitting on the table, they're playing a for fun match, and they're both playing bad decks. This guy's like, dude, fuck, if I would have had an SP Little Knight, I would have been able to beat you. And then the other guy has 2 SP Little Knight. And this guy has none because an SP Little Knight is $120 and he can't afford to play. So for the past year, this card has said a normal deck of Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably costs $400. But recently, when the deck that came out alongside this was $1,000, and no matter what build you want to play, you need to spend $1,000. They then increased the price to $1,500 because each set just kept making that one deck that was so unfair and so unfun to play against the only viable deck. And you wanted 2 SP Little Knight for like over a year to be able to play in that deck. So what SP Little Knight says is, well, even if I want to build a budget deck to just play locally for $300 or $200, I now need to spend minimum $120 before I even choose what deck I want to buy because it's required in literally every deck. And if you don't have it, you're just at a strict disadvantage over every person you play against, regardless of what the matchup is. Because there are so many games where if you didn't have an SP Little Knight, you could not commit basic functions. Because what this card is it's basically the exact same. This effect is not replaceable. A lot of cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! You can say, well, I don't have this card, so I'm going to play a card that creates a similar effect, a similar impact, right? Because I'm a budget player. This card is the only thing in the game that has this effect. And it's irreplaceable. If you don't have it, you just shouldn't play. And so a lot of people quit. A lot of YouTubers were like, unfortunately, I'm going to have to quit because the price is too much. I want you to understand that in Canada, it's even higher. In Canada, a SP Little Knight for the vast majority of time was $180 USD. $180. You haven't even constructed a deck yet. This is in your side deck. This is in your extra deck. It's not even a part of your deck. You haven't even constructed a deck, and yours have to be $180. And if you want to be optimal and have a good chance at winning a competitive event, you need 2 SP Little Knight. Now, this card is now getting reprinted, but it's a year later. So now you're just smacking all the people in the face who just recently saved up enough money to finally afford their first SP Little Knight. And because you're reprinting it, you're slashing the price to 1/4. And now all those people are going to quit the game. Because they're like, well, damn, I have an SP Little Knight now, but there's this new product, and I need this package, and it's $500. So the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh!, and this is why I quit for the most part, is because there was no local vendor in my area. All the local vendors quit because the reprinting of certain cards basically caused, like, I had a friend, 2 friends actually. They had both together about $60,000 worth of stock. Like, and when I say stock, I just mean like card assets, cards that they were selling because they're vendors, right? Well, with this product they made, they just out of the blue reprinted a bunch of cards. It dropped their collection value to $5,000 from $60,000 to $5,000. And at that point, they both just decided we're going to stop selling. So then at that point, the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, because I'm telling you how fast the ban list is, how they churn out a product, there's a new product that comes out every 3 weeks. And if you want to be competitive in the game, you need to access that product as fast as possible, or else you're just at a restricted disadvantage to other players. And a lot of people will argue with that, and I'll just say, okay, I mean, like, if you want to be as competitive as possible, you need to own all the cards. Because even if this card isn't good, you need to be able to play with it firsthand, build the decks that it goes in, and test those decks versus the other decks to know if your deck is really still better than this deck. So I would completely argue against that, and considering there was no longer any in-person vendors, all of the cards I would have to buy to compete, I would need to order off TCG Player. I don't know if anyone else has realized this, but 10 years ago, TCG Player used to be an amazing company. It is now a dog shit company. And I can say that without a doubt. I've been buying from TCG Player. My first sale was like 2012, so 12 years. Nowadays, whenever you order something from TCG Player, most recently, the orders I've made are large collections of a bunch of cards for a new old school deck to add to the collection for me and my friend group to play with. Every single time, out of my last like 30 different orders, now not one card at a time, but like 30 different orders of like a plethora of cards, at least 1 to 2 sellers have either not sent me the card, sent me the wrong card, and then tried to dispute it, or just what they'll do a lot of the times is the value of the card changes, and the vendor's like, oh, this guy's profiting $5 from me. I'm going to tell him that we don't have that card. Or I inappropriately entered the inventory. Sorry. I'm going to refund you the money so that I can repost it and get an additional $5 to $10. And on top of that, oftentimes these people would do that 2 weeks after I had already ordered the cards. So then I get all the other cards, and then I get this message saying, hey, haha, you're fucked. Okay, well now I need to reorder this card. It's now more expensive. I have to wait another 3 weeks for it to come in. Oh shit, the new set has come out now. Now all those cards I ordered are invalidated because TCG Player, even in the best case scenario, takes 3 fucking weeks for me to get in all the stuff I ordered. So now that I paid full retail for it, my cards I just got in 3 weeks later are slashed their price in half. I lost so much money. I'm literally bleeding money more than the Red Sea and Moses. Like, it's like, you might as well just send the fucking Pharaoh at me at that point, you know? So it really just became this cat and mouse game where it was like, I was continuing playing the game because of friends and because of this nostalgia I had associated with the game that I was like, you know, my primary like focus in life from like a very young age, because this is where I made my friends. I'm just 12 years old. Like, it's the only place I can go to like feel normal. And like, you know, it just gets to a point where it's like, damn, I'm bleeding money dry. I'm addicted to this game. And as soon as I get the stuff, I can't even resell it for half the price. Like, you're going to run out of money very fast. And so at this point, like, a lot of people are like, this person's the best person in the game. That person's the best person in the game. You can't even talk about who is in the conversation for who is good at the game unless you are rich. Like, you literally have to be rich to even potentially start learning how to get good at the game. And that's why it's so dog shit. Oh, and I forgot to mention to you, this is what they do to America. The main market for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game is the USA. And so what they do is this card, SP Little Knight, that's been over $100 for the past year per copy. You need it in every deck. It is considered a secret rare. Secret rares are the highest rarity you can get. It is almost the exact same premise as a secret rare in One Piece, except it is even harder to pull. And typically, with a good secret rare like SP Little Knight, what they'll do, and this should be illegal, is they'll short print it. So the other secret rares are easier to pull, but then this one appears 1/3 of the amount of times that the other ones do within booster packs. And that's what drives the price up. Well, in Japan, they don't do that. SP Little Knight, not only is it a secret rare, SP Little Knight is also available at common. So anyone who wants to play the game in Japan, they can build a deck that costs us $1,000 over here for $50. And they still have the option to get it in secret rare. So if you just want to bling out your deck, you can buy a secret rare copy. But if you're not rich and you don't have the ability to just like take out a second mortgage on your house to keep up with the game for 2 months, then you could just buy a common for 5 cents. And it's like, oh, so they're doing this to us in the USA, and they know there's this other strategy they could be using over here that gets a lot more people in front of the game, a lot more people creating touch points to your product, which is overall better long term. But instead, they're going to use this like predatory ass like scheme to make it to where people in the USA who are addicted to the game and are only playing for nostalgia have to spend out boats loads of money. And that's also part of the reason why a lot of these people continue to play the game, is because they're like, damn, my life really sucks. If you know, most of the main group of people who play Yu-Gi-Oh!, they probably have a shitty job, they probably have a shitty car, they probably like have no sex, and they spent all their money on getting like the most high rarity blinged out cards. Like there's like a higher rarity version of SP Little Knight, which is just cosmetic. It's like 300 or something. Let's say that. These people buy that and this stuff, and then they have no sex, they have no house, they're living out of a car. And those people, they're like, well, this is the only thing I'm good at. I'm going to keep doing it. And part of the reason why they think they're so good at it is because over 70% of the other people who also play the game, who they're playing against their local game store, can't even afford a normal rarity SP Little Knight, and so they're just beating them by default. Like, they might not even be good at the game. They're just spending their entire, like, savings to buy one SP Little Knight, and so they're beating a bunch of people, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm good at this. Like, no, you're fucking not, dude. You just wasted all of your money to buy a deck for, like, 2 months. Alright, that was my rant about Yu-Gi-Oh! Moral of the story, don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Unless you're just really rich and, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is really good for people who become really rich and successful in life. And, like, you know how rich people, they get, like, so crazy, they get to a point where it's like, fuck, I've done everything, I'm gonna start doing some, like, Epstein shit, I'm gonna start, like, just doing a bunch of drugs, ruining my life. Just play Yu-Gi-Oh! You'll ruin your life an equal amount, but, like, it's better than doing drugs or some Epstein shit, you know? Like, you don't really care that your stuff is getting power creeped in 2 weeks. You're Gucci, man. You can just wipe your ass with an SP Little Knight. Go against other people who don't have a Little Knight that was wiped by someone's ass, and then just beat them up and be like, damn, I'm pretty good at this game. You know, I just started. I just have 3 SP Little Knight. It is what it is. All right, I'm gonna go cook up my deer meat. I'll be right back. Alright, boys, I'm back. Our venison only needs to cook on the other side for another 5 minutes. So we're going to run up a game, get a quick W ski, and then the deer meat will be ready. So I can increase my test. Now, I will not lie, I did kind of cheat myself. My mom made me some cookies. I happened to eat a couple of those cookies, but I'm going to make up for it by ingesting 3 times the amount of the normal person's protein intake for the day. Alright, well, hand looks good. Extremely reactive, but removal, value, guy. On the draw, I'm cool with it. Oh, hey, I got another removal. That's cool. Ooh, our opponent has a builder's talent. Haven't played against someone who's had that yet. That's awesome. It's actually really cool. The builder's talent is a very based card. Oh, he's going to level 2? Bro, he's fucking honest to level 2, man. Oh, shit. He actually has the combo. No. Wow. He now has a 1-5 defender. This guy's popping off, bro. I don't really want to feed the cycle, but I guess that's like what I'm going to do. Oh my gosh, he's playing like a complete build-around builder's talent deck. That's so funny. Holy shit. Bro has a legit build around builder's talent. He's building with the builder's talent. Okay. I can respect it. I don't like it, but I will respect it. Beep. Beep, boo, boo, bop. Die. I guess we'll play an Intimidator. I'm an intimidating guy. It'd be like that. Or I could Stargaze. I mean, that would put cards in the graveyard. Nah, I'm gonna do this. I was gonna say, it would fill the graveyard for our Wix Patrol, but... I mean, Wix Patrol already put stuff in the graveyard. He lost to 3 life. A man of class. This also has... Oh, no, it doesn't have Menace. I thought I had Menace. That's why this card's not good. If he does kill it, it does fuel our Wix Patrol, though. Alright, Hoss, what are we doing here? Holy shit, that was bonkers. It's actually so scary. He can now start tapping every turn to draw a card for free. He's crazy. He's crazy. He's crazy, I tell you, boys. He doesn't know about the goo. We out here. We out here, son. Yes, sir. Alright, next turn we can go for John Wick here. John Wicky with the blicky. I know the situation gets sticky, but I ain't fucking around with a builder's talent on my house. Ain't no builder needed. Wix Patrol really got what I needed. Wow. This guy's like doing some of the lowest impact game actions I've ever seen. It's actually like accruing so much value. It's so hilarious. One top. He's got another non-artifact. The builder's talent onslaught continues. It's funny because there's not very much artifact and shaman removal in this format. So when someone does this, if you can't kill them immediately, it actually can be threatening. I'm probably going to move this up on the tier list to like D+. So I guess we go John Wick here. Ooh. Goodbye. Think. Got him, boys. We got him, boys. He doesn't know. Next turn, I'm going to be able to revive the homie. Persistent Markstalker. You know how you be, bro. Return him to the battlefield, tapped and attacking. No finality counter needed, brother. And we have the Shoreline Mafia. Every turn, draw a card. I'm going to recrew the value. Is bro going to tap all 4? That'd be funny. For real, our country needs more strong male draft role models, and that's what I'm here to do. Oh, wow. My opponent finally got his second color. That's funny. For the whole time, I was like, oh, he's just a monocolor white deck? I mean, he's drawn so much cards. That was his first blue. That's hilarious. Funsies. This is a Funsies draft, guys. This is my ult account. This is my ult account where I only go Builder's Talent. Holy shit, no. Wait, he actually has a Caretaker's Talent too? You're fucking kidding me. That's absurd. What? No. That's so insane. This has to be wrong. So how much does this cost? 3. So I have 4 available. Okay. Don't act like you're doing shit, punk. Yes, sir. That's 14. You have 1 blue. You can't do it. Stop. Stop hovering. You have 1 blue. Bro, what? He actually has that? Are you fucking kidding me? Brother, don't do me like that. You need to take your licks. Take your fucking licks, Sonny. I could play Shoreline Mafia. But this guy rows for rats. So he's a 5-1. That's kind of good. Yeah, I'll just go this next turn. I have 2 pieces of removal. The chances of him surviving are relatively low. Maybe the Shoreline Mafia would have been better because he can hold up those tokens. But if he is blocking this, he's not going to be able to double block my Wicks or my Intimidator. Intimidator's honestly been good, specifically because it's a rat, and that's like the only reason it's been okay. It's weird how you can get away with like less stats than you normally would in another set, just because the format's so low power level. Like, you can argue there are powerful things, But those powerful things are locked behind so much synergy. Like this card, insane card when you have all tokens. You don't have all tokens, it's kind of garbage. Alright, bro. Pay all your mana, give your guys +2/+2. Let's see it. You said you're here for funsies, so show me something fun. Rats from the bay. The rats are here. I'm just a humble rat factory worker, here to deliver the rats from the bay, I tell you. The rats from the bay. If we keep emoting, he can't respond. Rats, rats, rats from the bay. No, stop, stop. Why do you have a second builder's talent? Sir, 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 please stop. Please stop. I have too many rats. You can't respond. Sir, stop. Stop that. Buddy. Buddy. Please stop. You're embarrassing yourself. You're really fucking embarrassing yourself here, buddy. You think you're cool because you have a builder's talent. That's a terrible talent to have. Unfortunately, you kind of fucked up. Because you're not going to be able to go level 3. Level 3 would have been a base thing to do. He's just passing? Oh, shit. This guy's isn't based at all. Non-based individual in the chat, boys. Non-based individual. So what if I go Eddie Merc on this boy, then I go out my way? Do the dash Eddie Merc run the gang? So I have 7. So this is 3, 4, 5. I would need another 3. Forging. Don't mind me, sir. I'm just forging. That guy's gone. Don't worry. Eddie Merc runs with the gang. Don't worry. Do the dash Eddie Merc goes out his way. Rob a little boy's shoe. Rob a little boy's waist. I do the dash Eddie Merc run up that thing. Please stop, sir. Please stop. Stop. Stop holding up mana. Don't do this to us. No. No. I have 9 on board. It's fine. It's fine, everybody. We're good. Yes. Great. No. 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 Eddie Merc. Stop. All right. Eddie Merc work, baby. Show me something. Big Ed. Big Ed on the beat, baby. Shut up, Big Ed. That's my boy. That's my slime. That's my boy. That's my motherfucking slime. You're fucking kidding me. That shit should be a crime. Eddie Merc really been that motherfucking guy. Don't do that to him like that. I might run you up a couple racks. Then Eddie Merc will have to do the dash. Yes, sir. Alright. The Dire Down Drift is going to come in clutch here. There's no way I'm losing to someone with a builder's talent. This is the biggest FU card in the format. If you lose to a person with a builder's talent, I think you just regret life. And for that reason, I'm going to spam rat emotes until I hopefully win. Now, this guy isn't a rat, so I can't bring back Persistent Marshstalker, which is kind of fucked, but... Hopefully he just respects my John Wick in hand and doesn't do shit. Everyone has to put a little bit of respect on John Wick. Eddie Merck does give us, John Wick a -7, -7. So I can literally kill anything in the game, and I have a bounce via Dire Downdrift. So it's looking okay. It's just I don't want him to make a token. Sir, I have rats to be playing. I have venison to be eating. What are we doing here? I'm a shooter like young Pappy. My opponent is copying my plays. He has 3 builder's talent. You're kidding me. Is this guy a real person? Nah. Nah, son. Nah, son. Talk dirty to me. I ride with my boy Eddie Merck. Take it up with him, son. No, stop doing that. No, what the fuck is this? This should be a crime. This should be a literal crime. I will call the police on you for doing this. Eddie Merck deserved no prosecution. Ooh. This guy's big mad. Ho's mad. Eddie Merck in the gang, never being ever sad. Ho's mad. Bro, stop acting like you're doing something. You're not doing anything. Bro, you have a Tangled Tumbler. Don't act like that has an impact on the game state. Buddy thinks he can impact the game state. Yeah, right. Alright. There's no way he has it. I have a Persistent Marshstalker in Grave. It's GG's. He doesn't have it. He's not that guy. He's not that guy. I'm not losing to someone with 3 builder's talent. This isn't how this works. No, no, stop doing that. Why? Why the fuck are you doing this? This is some BS, man. Why do you just get a food out of nowhere? I'm literally losing to a person with no real creatures. He's like all tokens. Wow. Tokens McGee over here. Motherfucking Token McGee. Watch out, guys. He might play a 4th builder's talent. I don't know if I can stand up to that. Please give me a saver. I just want to blow this guy out. I need to blow his back out. He doesn't deserve this victory. It's my time, baby. Also, why do I have 12 cards in deck and Boned by Orator 2X is still in the deck? Like, that's actually such a scam. Stop. Stop. No. Stop. Sir. Sir, I will call the judge. Sir, I will call the judge. No, 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 I needed a real card so bad. Why? Why? Eddie Merck did not die for this. Eddie Merck will not die for this. He's a based crab. I'm literally going to lose to someone with a builder's talent. I need a judge. Bro, why are you gaining life? Don't do me like that, son. Son, don't do me like that. I don't even want to play this one out. I'm going to get my venison. If the guy kills me, he kills me. This is just wretched. This guy is so ratchet. This guy's so ratchet, I feel like I'm playing Ratchet and Clank. Fuck this guy. It only took 12 different artifacts to make that actually a viable deck. And then he just cheesed us. Bro, going as these cheddar bros is honestly... It's honestly just really disgusting. I was like, there was nothing I could do there. The guy just cheesed us. Like, he was on some Gouda shit. Wow, this hand's so bad. Why does the hand shuffler do this to us? Did I ask for this? I didn't. I literally just lost to someone with a builder's talent. Do not let me go down like this. A person with a motherfucking builder's talent. 3, in fact. 3. Okay, I can work with this. I can work with it. Okay, never mind. My opponent says a bomb.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Bro, you're not that guy. Let's be real. You're not that guy. You take this damage like a good little boy. Alright. He's dead, I tell you. He's dead. He doesn't have it. He's not that guy. Bro, you have 1 blue. You're not that guy. Bro, what the fuck?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
This is so unfair. I go against a person who has 3 builder's talent and the gold rare talent that only works with that into a person who just goes bomb, synergy for bomb, protection for my bomb, exactly enough mana available, and then the ultimate combo piece for my bomb. That's so cool, bro. Dope, bro. That was dope. Good play, man. I just don't understand how all these people have so many bombs. Like, I only had a bomb in one draft out of 5 so far, and I never even got to put it on the battlefield. That's so sad. And then anytime there's a bomb, they always have another 2 to follow. Like, you just know it's a given. No, I needed that card so bad. Wow, that's sad. So sad.
Hold up.
Awesome, bro. You have another bomb. That's cool.
Right.
And I'm going to dead draw onto a land. That's awesome. Don't mind me. I'm just going to play with my little squirrel penis while my opponent just bombs out with like a perfectly synergistic deck. Cool. Wow, that was really unenjoyable. That whole draft, like, I mean, I've just been negging overall. Best of 1 is just so unenjoyable. I actually want to see what people are saying on X. I want to see what people think about the format. I saw one person saying this is like the first format. They're like, I'm going to step out. Okay, so this person made a mouse deck, which is kind of cool. Someone made an Otters deck. It looks really bad. Oh, this guy built a Jeskai control deck with Raw. That's cool. This guy just said he's gonna be taking some time off because Bloomburrow's ass. Yeah, a lot of people are saying there's like not a lot of room to be expressing skill in Bloomburrow, and that's very fair. This guy said there's no way to make sense of pack correlation. 3 of common, 7 uncommon, rares and mythics, and more in the same pack. It ruins your brain. That's how we've been taught to comprehend draft sets for decades. Within 6 months, they ended it all. That's facts. This person is saying that in Modern Limited, the large number of playables means that you rarely ever train wreck. I completely fucking disagree. Like, if you are not, like, if you're playing sealed and you don't have enough colors to play a 2-color deck in this format, like, you probably just lose. This person's also saying drafting the hard way sucks. The fuck you mean? Drafting the hard way is a really good strategy in this set. Like, I would much rather be in a color pair that was open and I'm getting past all the cards that are very high synergy versus having a bomb I can't even put in my deck because the mana fixing is terrible. I'm almost done eating my venison. Bro, this guy was like, I just received my confirmation for the Arena Direct. And this other guy, it looks like it's going to take 3 months. And this guy's like, hopefully you get it before MH4 drops. That's hilarious. All right, I'm gonna go put up my meat and then we'll run it. Oh my gosh. Boys, I literally came out at the best time possible. An update is available. Yes, yes, yes. I don't have to play Premier Draft anymore. The world is saved. The world is saved. I can actually be happy again. I had nothing else positive going on in my life. And this is happening. I'm so happy. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that someone can be here to enjoy this with me. Thank you for the follow, Jules. I just got done cooking some deer meat. My test levels are high as fuck right now. I'm ready to take down some best 2 out of 3 draft. They don't even want to talk about why I'm the best of all time, baby. There's a reason why they had the best 2 out of 3 draft disabled, okay? Because they don't want me popping off like this, son. Let's go. Yes, sir, ski brother. I know. I know. Don't mind me. I just have a 225-pound front squat. I'm kind of a big deal. It is what it is. The only person to play a card game who's not morbidly obese and actually has a higher level of physical fitness than Joe Biden. Boys and girls, fans of all ages, it is finally time for the cancer that is best of one Bloomburrow to come to an end. We are finally going to get to enjoy this format, guys. I'm so hyped. Let's go. Let's go, baby. I'm so hyped. You guys don't even know. I got a Celsius. I'm online with the caffeine. We good to go, baby. The update is finally live. We out here, son. You know how it be, baby. Loading initial scene. We're so lit right now. Let's go. We've made it, baby. Okay. Why is my game capture not showing up? What the hell? Is it gonna work now? That's so weird. I can do the screen capture, but what? That's so weird. Maybe I'll restart it again. All right, let me believe that Best 2 out of 3 is available. Is it available? No. What the fuck? Are you playing with me? I'm restarting the client. I thought it was back. There's no way. No. We literally just had an update. I'm restarting the shit. No. They said that Best 2 out of 3 would be back. They said there was a hotfix. What the hell was that update then? The fuck did that even do? We literally got a thing saying that that was the update. Are you kidding me? I'm restarting the client. I'm restarting the client. Alright, we're gonna do some based actions here. We're gonna run as administrator. I'm bringing out the big guns. Running as administrator, baby. Alright, there we go. Let's see it. Checking for updates. Okay. Please. Please do not make us play Best 2 out of 1. We don't deserve this. We are but a humble and kind people. I'm gonna re-add my game capture because it's not like verifying it, and I don't want all these stupid things to pop up on you guys' screen. What? How? Okay, that's really weird. I don't know, I have to restart again, but fuck it, I guess. See, this is the reason why my viewership is tanked. It's because it's best of 1, you know? People don't want to see best of 1. People want to see a hero in action. Wait, is the game capture working? Oh my gosh, the game capture is working! Yay!
I fucking knew it! Oh!
The game capture is working. Alright, Bloomburrow Limited. Where the fuck you at? No, no, no. Why? Don't do us like this. They're literally stealing our gems. Alright. Well, we're gonna have to go into stupid best of 1. I hate to be that guy, but I guess I have to be Himothy today. No, what? Okay, it looked like my stream was ending. That was sad. Okay. Alright, welcome back to another Bloomburrow draft on the channel. Looks like Best 2 out of 3 should be back up very, very soon, but they just baited us with such a fake-ass update. Alright, starting off with this pack 1, pick 1 here. We've got an Essence Chandler, which is a fine card in the Bats deck, and a Wick the World Mind, another fine card, but for the Rats deck specifically, there's also a Bushy Bodyguard and a Shrike Force both two very good cards. Honestly, this is a pack that I think you could go a lot of ways. So it's either Wick the World Mine or Essence Channeler. There's also a Shrike Force. I think Essence Channeler is just a better Shrike Force, so we'll start off with there. We haven't played white much yet. Ooh, and we could follow that up with a Star Charter. We would just be hard committing, but that would be very nice. I mean, this gains us life, though, too. So this could work with that as well. Brightblade Stoat versus Star Charter. If you gain or lost life, look at the top 4. You can reveal a creature with power 3 or less, put your hand. This is a great card, but you have to be able to facilitate gaining life. This card is better with something that gains life, and we want to at least have something that gives us life. So I think we're going to start with Brightblade Stoat. This is just a great card in any white deck, and it leaves us the most open here. Staying open is the key to this format, let me tell you. For the first pack, I'm really looking to try to stay in one primary color if possible. All right, so moving on here there is a Blacksmith's Talent. There's also a Thistledown Players, which I think is fine. I think this card can go in a couple decks. I mean, you can untap something. 3 mana, 3/3 with an additional upside is fine. There's also a Longstalk Brawl, which I think is fair too. Rat Otter, Light Shell Duo, 3/4 for the Surveil 2. Fine card, but honestly nothing really too insane here. I think I'll probably just take the Thistle, just because it's a white card. I want to stay white. And there's really nothing too exceptional. I think the best card in this pack is this Longstalk Brawl, which is a C+ at best. So let's just stay white here, stay open. Maybe we end up in red-white, who knows? Red-white definitely has some lifelink potential too. And a question I've been asking myself is, would it be possible to play like a bat package in a forage deck where you're just really good at making food, and then you're also like, you know, triggering your gain life effects? I think that'd be very interesting. All right, well, here is a Moonstone Harbinger, a very good card in the Bats deck. There's also an Honor Dray Leader, but that's for squirrels. There is a white card. It is Moonrise Cleric, which is fine. But Moonrise Cleric you tend to get very, very late, since only one person wants it. So Moonstone Harbinger and Moonrise Cleric, both not the best cards. Dire Sight is okay. I think this isn't really like the highest upside pack overall. So I'm probably just going to take this Moonrise Cleric because it's at least a card we can play. And I want to get as many people as possible that allow us to gain life and don't require something to be gaining us life to trigger their ability. I hate to just auto-commit to playing an archetype very early on, but it's kind of looking like we're being led down that path. There's a Life Creed Duo, which is fine in the Bats deck. There's also Sonar Strike, which is cool, but this is really the only deck that's interested in it, so you can get those pretty late too. Probably just going to take the Sonar Strike here. Probably a little bit better than the Duo, because we can play this card even if we're not fully Bats. Just with like a couple Bats is probably fine. Okay, and there's a Pleated Provisioner, which I think is a pretty good card. There's also a Glide Dive Duo, which I think is really nice. This is a really good top-end card, and especially in a Bats deck like this, it's great. It can trigger our abilities, like our Essence Channeler, which is very, very nice. And it's just a good card to play in multiples, because this card puts your opponent on an immediate clock, so I'm going to pick that up here. Stargaze is also one I like a lot, too. Hey, well, there's nothing here that really spells out to us that it is for us. There is a Beauregard Mentor going very late here. I could just be playing white-green with, like, you know, a small Bats package. There's also a Starless Soothsayer, which I just think is kind of gimmicky, because Surveil is the mechanic you really want in the Threshold deck, but Bats doesn't really care about threshold that much. There's not a lot of recursion at the common and uncommon level. So I'm probably going to speculate on this Mentor, see if that's available, because Essence Channeler isn't terrible in that deck. Ooh, well there is a Flowerfoot Swordmaster. I do already have a Thistledown Players, which I think is fine. This could be the best card in your deck, depending on how many mouse you end up with. And then on the sideline, there's a Dire Sight and a Thornblade Intimidator. Two cards that I'm not really excited for. Shorgo can be fine in Boros, but just because it can enable Valiant. But other than that, it's not that great. Could very well still be Boros, though. Leaving ourselves open with the Swordsmaster. Not a lot left in this pack. There is a Polluted Provisioner, though, which I think is just a fine curve topper in a white deck. Is not a bat. It is a bird, though, so there are some synergies there. We got an Early Winter, a Raccoon Rallier, and a Pearl of Wisdom. You know, Early Winter has done me pretty good. Raccoon Rallier could be fine, too, because if we end up in Valiant, it leaves us a way to target stuff. So I'll probably pick it up, just try to stay open here. So I don't really want any of these. I'm going to go ahead and take the Heirloom Epic. If we end up in the green-white tokens deck, that's a card I'll definitely play. Ooh, there's a Rabbit Response. That's a cool one. Also, Alania's Pathmaker is actually just way better than it seems. Probably best in the Expend decks. All right, moving on to Pack 2. Our rare is Byway Barter, which is pretty good. I'm happy to play this in any deck, but way better in an Expend red-green deck. There's also a Builder's Talent, which my opponent just cooked me with recently. There's a Harnesser of Storms. I also got cooked by this too. This is one of those cards which I think can really make or break the red-blue spells deck. It was actually insane. There's a Heartfire Hero if we want to go down that route. Being able to put a 1/1 counter on something is pretty nice. And I mean, we already have the Raccoon Rallier. You know what? I'm going to speculate on the Heartfire Hero. I'm going to try to go Mice here. Ooh. Well, I might have made the right decision, but I guess we'll have to find out. There's a second Flowerfoot Swordsmaster, which definitely becomes a lot better in duplicates here. The Valiant Train is hitting, baby. Okay, well, there's a Head of the Homestead. We could just play it as a way to go wide, which I don't think is terrible. Might of the Meek is okay. Not a top priority. Hey, there's Storm Chaser's Talent. A card I really want to play. We see this in every video, and I just never get to pick it. There's also just another Thistledown Players, which is just a good way to trigger your Valiant. It's that versus Head of the Homestead. Which I don't know if I'm white or red, to be honest with you. And I could just be Head of the Homestead here. It's a decent card I'm willing to play in, you know, whatever deck we go into. Ooh, well, there's a Moose. Late Moose could be a signal for sure. Moose versus Bravekin duo. I feel like the Mice Dream is just kind of like dead at this point from what we've seen in the packs. I guess I'll go Galewind Moose, just a good curve topper. Into... Not a lot for us here. I guess we'll just pick up this Crumb and get it. Trying to play Rabbits here. We're at 12 playables in Pack 2, which feels really bad. I guess I could put in the Heirloom Epic. Currently forced to play this Sonar Strike. I mean, I have one bat, which isn't terrible. But gaining 3 life isn't really the biggest benefit for us. Stalking the Pantry could be okay. This adds a 1/1 counter. Yeah, we don't have that many things that create a 1/1 counter. This is also just a combat trick. I don't think you really want this Hidden Grotto. I think like the Surveil decks are more interested in it than anything. Which we currently are not. I guess I'll just take this for the side deck. I don't really want to Crumb and get it. Be really nice to see another Burrow Guard Mentor. Ooh, but there's a Manifold Mouse. Do I just say fuck green? Go back to red? All right, this is my last time committing. I'm taking the rare. Fuck green, red it is. Really weird deck, but I mean, I do have quite a bit of Valiant here. This deck isn't unplayable. It's just very low on playables, but when you see a good rare, you got to go after it if you're in a good position for it. Hopefully we can see like the dual colored red-white card. 4-drop usually goes pretty late here. Well, nothing here too exciting. Could just take the Seed Pod Squire. It's a good card that makes attackers on the ground fine. Carrot Cake, I'm just not a big fan of. I don't think it's a good card. People keep trying to force it, but I'm not on that wave, brother. All right, well, there's another Thistledown Players. That is a mouse. So the mouse are here. Frilled Spark Shooter, I'd prefer not to play if I'm being honest. That guy's good. Ooh, we ended up getting the Bravekin duo on the wheel. Awesome. Well, I'm glad that I gave up on green when I did, because this draft would be a lot worse. We're now at 17 playables going into pack 3, which is pretty decent. Pretty decent, eh? So this pack has a Drift Gloom Coyote, a Might of the Meek, and a Intrepid Rabbit that are all pretty decent cards for us. This triggers Valiant. This is just a strong removal. And this is a strong way to trigger Valiant. This will most likely wheel back to us. Either that or we'll get the Steam Path Charger, which is fine because we're playing aggro. So I got to go with the Drift Gloom Coyote. This is one of my top most versatile cards in the format. And I actually underrated this a little bit. Like, I already knew it was good. But it's the aspect of the 4 health actually being very difficult to respond to in this format that I didn't respect. So I'm going to pick it up here. All right, well, as soon as we get off green, the green just starts stockpiling in. That's really funny. Might just take this take out the trash. I mean, I already have 2 Thistledown Players. You don't want a ton of 3-drops. Really want a bunch of 1s and 2s here. And I already have 15 creatures. It's a 2-mana deal 3, and we don't really have any upside for it, but I think that's fine. We do have a Raccoon Relier, so it is possible. All right, and there is Whisker Forerunner. When this becomes the target of spell or ability, Valiant, look at the top 5, reveal a creature with mana value 3 or less, put it in the battlefield if it's your turn. If you don't, put it into your hand. This card is absurd. Well, we're putting ourselves in a position to play the rares we are past, so this is really good. Once again, citing the 5th Thistledown Players this draft. It's really weird I've been able to pivot this much because in the drafts I've played thus far, that really hasn't been an option. So we have 1 Raccoon. We do have 16 creatures, though, so maybe I just want this versus this Bravekin duo. Like, I really don't have that much Valiant. Like, I have a little bit of Valiant, but not as much as, like, you would optimally like. And I already have a lot of ways to target it, so let's just take out the trash. It's just good interaction to push damage through. Heartbound Battler. When a player casts their second spell each turn, deal 2 damage to each opponent. 3 mana, 2, 3 haste. That's a decent card in our deck. It is not a mice, but I think it's fine. There's also a Valley Rally, which I think is really good. I just think this card's good. It's just a good aggressive card, push through damage, which is what we're looking for more than anything. All right, well, there's a couple decent things here. We got another Bravekin duo, which might be fine. Just to work with our Valiant. It is a mouse. Can work with what we got here. Probably down for that. I don't think I really need another removal spell at this point. Okay, well, there's a Teapot Slinger. But that is an Intrepid Rabbit, which goes really well in our deck. Potentially, if we get back the Intrepid Rabbit from our first pack, pack this round, we get a second one, which would be nice. Okay, well, we get another Heartfire Hero, so I'm really glad that I committed. I actually got super rewarded for making this pivot, although it was definitely very sketchy. And our original pack gives us back Intrepid Rabbit, Might of the Meek, and a Steam Path Charger. probably just going to be the Intrepid Rabbit. I think this card's just great in our deck. Okay, well, that's probably going to round out the draft, and I think that's fine. I'm pretty happy with the way things went. War Squeak is okay. It does trigger Valiant, which is kind of cool. Another Bravekin duo. Okay. Into a Raccoon Rallier. We'll probably play both of those. Just because it triggers our Valiant and works with Take Out the Trash. So 6 total Valiant players. I probably just play this because it's a rabbit and a mouse. Because we get to scry 2 with this. Probably don't want the Sonar Strike. We have 22 creatures. Are you kidding me? Is there any non-creature stuff we want to play? I mean, I think this is an okay card. But ultimately, it just lets us push through damage, which I think our creatures just do better. Yeah, we don't have that much interaction, but I think this is fine. Rabbit Response is probably going to come in clutch. We did end up with 5 rabbits, so we do have a slight rabbit theme going on, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, deck looks pretty good. Brave Can Do is probably going to be pretty pivotal. Can target our Valiant stuff, buff up this Heartfire hero, which I think is going to be a pretty cool one. Well, hopefully this red-white deck ends up better than the previous red-white decks I have drafted, because I really haven't gotten enough Valiant to say whether it is a successful strategy, because what I can tell you so far is that Valiant is very hard to get all at once. You see a good rare, like something such as the Whisker Veil Forerunner, and then you just don't see Valiant for 5 picks, and you're like, well, I'm getting red-white cards, but I'm not getting Valiant. And now I just have like a really medium red-white deck. Whereas if I just had a medium, green-black deck, at least my stats would have already been, on par. All right, well, we have a Whisker Veil Forerunner. We have a Manifold Mouse and 2 Heartfire Hero and 2 Flowerfoot Swordsmaster. Let's hope that's enough, and go ahead and hop into these games. All right, opponent's going first, which kind of sucks. But we do have a 1-drop into a 1-drop, which is kind of nice. Opponent's mulling. Okay, that's a good sign for us. We love to see it. Play the Bravekin Duo on 1. If we get a 2-drop, we can just hold this. I have a feeling that like 12 Valiant cards is kind of where you want to be at, like 10 to 12. And we ended up with 8, which isn't great. I guess this creates 2 Valiant things, but this isn't like a reoccurring value thing. If you don't have a lot of things to pump with this, it's not great. Ooh, we get an awesome 2-drop. Yeah, this is looking like a really good hand. This hand looks so much better now that we drew the Manifold Mouse than we did before. Okay, he's playing the red-blue spells deck, so his deck is looking a little bit slower, which is great for us. Alright, so I'm going to play this without Offspring. Hopefully he doesn't have an answer for it. If he's not able to kill it, I can start Offspringing this. Bro, I mean, why are you holding Toggle? Either you have it or you have it, don't. Wait, he's doing the damage to us and giving us a treasure. Why the hell would you give us a treasure, bro? Okay. I don't see the rationale behind that, but sure. I mean, next turn I'm going to be able to go Seapod Squire, so it's just crazy. Oh, or I can just play Forerunner. Alright, sure. Get in there with our Bravekin duo. Okay. Drop down the Whiskervale Forerunner. Really strong card. Valley Floodcaller. This is kind of like a Lord. Pretty good card. Our stats are currently better than our opponents, which is great. Hopefully we get something that can immediately target this so we can just Collected Company off the top of our deck. That's essentially what this is. It's a Collected Company for draft. Bro, stop trying to target my guy. You have 1 blue. You don't have it. Does he have that 1 blue bounce spell? He actually has the 1 answer. Are you kidding me, bro? The enemy avatar looks hardcore. That person is named Ren. Not really a big fan of that character. And this guy literally had the 1 card that bounces our card back to hand at the amount of mana that he had available, which is really sussy baka of him. Wow. This guy just has everything. Man. This is not an enjoyable experience. It's like, when do I get to play the game? And this guy mulled the 5. I want you to understand he mulled the 5 and had a consecutive removal spell and a flash creature for 4 turns in a row. That's pretty toxic. Wait, he's getting rid of that? That's scary. Because that's really good versus our deck. Alright, bro, let's be real. You're not that guy. Please top deck a pile of dirt. If my opponent does not top deck a pile of dirt, I'm calling the judge. Because this is some tomfoolery occurring. Okay, he draws another land. Good. Draw into another land. That'd be good. If you want to use the ability again, I'll allow it. This one time, I'll allow you to use the ability again. Then I get to get a land. You've gotten 3 lands in a row. Let me get 1. Let me hold a land, Buster. Buster Douglas up in this bitch. Also, he has a more expensive pet than me. I feel kind of poor. I need to play my bombs so I don't feel poor, sir. Once again with this BS. Dude, how many freaking removal spells is this guy going to draw on Immort? That is his 5th removal spell of this game. And he mulled the 5. Like, could this guy be any more perfect? That's actually just so toxic. Please. And I don't draw a land. That's awesome. I love that. I love that for us. All right, brother. Please stop top decking removal. Please stop top decking removal. You're literally just getting gifted a game. This is not fair. You mulligan to 5 and draw the perfect card to just not give me any breathing room every turn for 5 turns straight. And then for some reason, I'm just locked on 3 lands. That's so cool, man. I'm pretty sure I started with a 3-land hand. Like, I think my hand was really good to keep. And then it slowly but surely became extremely mediocre as my opponent just, like, rolls us. He's going to attack with everybody again, kill us. He definitely has a buff. I already know this guy has a buff. He's a buffin' ass bitch boy. That's what he is. Awesome, man. That's so cool. You just top deck into a rare. This guy just isn't allowed to draw on lands. That's awesome, man. You return instant resource from the graveyard to hand. Cool. He's just going to burn me out for game. This is a really fun and interactive experience, man. I love this deck, man. Such a fun deck, man. So many expensive cards, man. So much searching. Finally. Hello. Like fucking finally, okay. I could go double offspring. That's probably pretty worth. All right, bud. Let me play the game. You've gotten to play the game for the first 15 minutes. Let me take a turn here. Cool. I took a turn, guys. I'm playing. It's funny because this guy giving me a treasure token actually helps so much. It's also crazy how much this looter has helped my opponent because he's drawn perfectly. Wow. The looter gets him into another rare. That's awesome, man. And what do you know? You actually have a lizard on the field in your non-lizard deck. That's cool, man. So he has to deal 3 damage to me for us to die. He kills this. Well, no, that's going to grow him bigger than my guy. Yeah, we already know what he's doing here. Let's be real. Buddy is a high roller on some G shit. I'm over here playing my fair deck and my opponent just draws. Okay. That was awesome, man. I'm so happy for you. You know what? I think I actually want to do this. Nah, I need to do this. Alright, that was goated. Let's see if I'm instantly dead here. Because he just drew another burn spell. Oh my gosh. My opponent actually drew a brick for one time. Wow, that's really cool. I feel like I'm in such a fair game state right now. Do I have any one-cost cards? Okay, yeah, so I do have some one-cost cards. Okay. Valiant. Let me do something here. Give me a bomb. Ooh, that's nice. That's so nice. Yes. Yes, I'm Valianting. I finally get to play Valiant. This is cool. What happens if I attack with this? I have to chump with that guy? Okay, I mean, I need to end the game. The reality is if I don't end the game, I'm dead anyway. I mean, I'm at 3. I'm literally hanging on by death's door. Yes, yes, pass. Good boy. Good boy. We're so happy. See, now I don't care whether I looked, looks like that flame-haired pixie is your pet. Wouldn't have guessed that was your favorite. I mean, it's not my favorite. It's just you have to spend money by pets. I mean, I can switch it to the ornithopter. That's not even, I just randomly have that. But what I was going to say is, I don't care if we win or lose at this point. I'm just happy that I actually get to experience the game because I didn't brick. Like, my opponent didn't kill me before we bricked out of the game. Oh my gosh, I'm playing Bomberman. This is so cool. I need the pet rock. Dude, that'd be spicy. The pet rock would be so spicy right now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go for the Whisker Veil, baby. You don't know me, son. You don't know me. David Goggins was a Valiant player too. Okay? You're not hot like that. You don't top deck and out to my 4 creatures. As I say that, he draws another copy of the card that is 3 to face. Okay. Yes. Good game. Good game. Let's go. Get fucked, kid. Now, I know I was being incredibly toxic that game, and I just want to take a quick second to apologize to absolutely fucking nobody. Fuck that guy. He was incredibly toxic. He literally went down to 5 cards in hand and literally just drew a god hand in the 5 cards. Top decked the perfect card, rare on rare, 4 removal spells in the first turn. I deserve to be a little bit toxic. Now back to your regularly scheduled content. Alright, let's change the pet. The pet change has been requested. We will do it. As the masses have suggested, we will change the pet. I'm going back to the Thopter. Thopter. There we go. Ornithopter shit. See, I have these cats and these pixies, and that's all I have. This isn't even all the pets. Those are just pets from, like, some weird shit. I don't even know. I do need a pet rock. Is like a good pet in the store? Okay. So these are the pets. You can go white dragon, green dragon. I don't know. I can't even look at the fucking green dragon, but okay. And you can go soul ring. Bushwag. Bushwag is goated. Soul ring is also cool. Unfortunately, I just don't really give a shit about pets. I was thinking about if I should put this in just because it's a 2-drop. But the answer is probably not. I have one way to gain life in this deck. Wow. I'm so glad that we didn't brick out that game. Like, I was so close to being tilted by that guy being such a brick hater. Alright. This is good. Heartfire Hero. Bravekin Duo. You know the works. Give us a land, please. We need a third land and the hand pops. Bravekin Duo is such like a weird card. Because it's like, if you have like 10 plus Valiant, the card's absurd. And if you don't have that, the card can just be like the worst draw in your deck. Who would have thought that a 1-mana 1/1 with a tap and pay a mana ability would actually have some relevance on the game? Alright, that's not a land. That's not good. Still have a shot here, though. Stay here and grow this guy. Give us a land, please. No, I needed a land so fucking bad. Are you kidding me? Okay. Now I need 2 lands. I'm now behind a land. I need 2 lands. No, don't do me like that, son. Oh, wait, that doesn't even kill my guy? Okay. Alright, well, I need a land. That's not a land. You're kidding me. Why am I being physically cuckolded? This is not fair. Dude, why does every game in best out of 1 come down to can you draw lands or not draw lands? Can't wait for Leroy Hearthstone to drop a Leroy Jenkins pet behind a $50 paywall. Why is that such like a realistic thing that could happen? Like, why does that sound like... There has to be an issue. There has to be something fucked up that what you're saying actually makes sense. Like, that actually just seems like it would happen. Honestly, I think that will happen. Like, Leroy Jenkins is one of the only pieces of their IP that makes sense, right? Like, when you think of Hearthstone, like, I never even played WoW. I know what Leroy Jenkins is because of Hearthstone. Because of the sound effect where it's like, Leroy Jenkins. I think when people think about Hearthstone, there's like 5 cards that come to mind. And they're all OGs. Leroy Jenkins. Maybe Sylvanas. Maybe like Rag for sure. Ysera. For me personally, I think Ysera. Oh, wait, I can untap this guy? It's good. Oh, that's so good. Wait, but I can do that to my 4. Oh. Yeah, no, I think I just developed this guy. This guy's just too heat. Now I just have 2 really high value threats. Like, it does not get any better than this. Okay. Bro, I don't care about a stun counter. I'm just going to use that guy's ability. Okay. Wait, this guy could have just offspringed? Why would you not just offspring? That literally makes no sense. You should just offspring there every time. I mean, what if I just do this? Okay. Ayo. The 5-5 chat is here. I have 3 Bravekin duo. That's so funny. Alright, bro, you're cooked. You try to catch me one time with the Hunter's Talent. Do that once, shame on you. Do that twice, shame on you again, but fuck you too. Wait, he had enough to do this? Why would he not sack and destroy target non-like permanent? That's weird. That's gang. I mean, I had a rabbit response on my OGs. All my OGs gotta put some respect on a rabbit response, you know? So it turns out the mice slash rabbit archetypes have basically no crossover, but as long as you draw the perfect sequence every time, you're Gucci. Alright, well, I mean, we only have 1 white, but it is a 3-lander with a turn 1 play. And we're on the draw, so it's probably a little better. So much of best of 1 comes down to, like, did you get to go first or second? In a format where aggro decks are better than control. I actually prefer, like, formats so much more where, like, aggro isn't, like, the consensus bent thing to do. Like, for example, in Modern Horizons 3 and Wilds of Eldraine, red-white aggro was awesome, right? But there wasn't, and red-black aggro was also awesome in Eldraine. But it's like there were other control things to do. This format, it feels like there were 2 control decks and everybody else is relatively very aggressive. Alright, well, I'm only allowed to draw red mana for some reason. Ka-chow. Rabbit control, baby. Please spend mana to kill my rabbit. Please do that. It'd be very cool. Ooh, Flame Cache Gecko. That card's actually so crazy. Literally a Burning Tree Emissary. Oh, hey. Don't mind me. I'm just here with, you know, all the red mana in the world. It's not really advantageous to us in this game state. That's cool. Would you like to exchange cards? Sir, would you like to exchange cards? No, okay. Alright, sir. Would you like to leave my Whisker Veil Forerunner alone? Please leave him alone. He's a good boy. He's a good boy! No, don't do me like that, son.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Alright, don't mind me. My opponent has just gotten rid of the best card in our deck. There's no way that that impacts our chances to win this game. That is a non-zero real possibility. No Kappa? I really need a motherfucking Reno Lone Ranger right now. If I could just like hold a Reno Lone Ranger for someone, that'd be great. It'd be so great, man. Like, why does this guy just have double Flame Cachet Gecko? One of the most unenjoyable cards to play against in the format. Alright, we're going double Manifold Mouse. Manifold Mouse for the boys, eh? Double Strike and Trample, you say? It's pretty cool. I mean, I'm never blocking with any of these. Ayo. Double Strike and Trample. Flame Cachet Gecko ain't got nothing on me, son. Yep. Easy damage, baby. All day, baby. Easy damage. I like how this card's in the Valiant deck and it has an insane effect, but does not require Valiant. It's just better than Valiant. It doesn't require Valiant, but it is indeed better than my Valiant cards. I kept thinking, I was like, do I want to target this? And I was like, oh no, it doesn't benefit me. Yeah, no. I'm not letting you kill my guy. Attack, please. I would love the indestructible block. You're not attacking? Dude, that's not kosher, man. That's not kosher at all, brother. Do I play this guy? I feel like this is better. It just gives me bodies. Wow. Yeah, double strike and trample. Let's go. Let's go. Wow. He destroyed our best card, but he couldn't beat the mouse, baby. The mouse lives to trap another day. Someone hand me the cheese, brother. I'm in taste of some Gouda. Someone call Tom. I'm out here fucking on these boys. They call me Jerry, son. See this guy right here? That's Jerry. Jerry is an OG. He knows what the best deck is. Hold up, we gotta change the picture of our deck. See, this is a crucial part that I think a lot of people miss. You always have to change the picture of your deck to whatever card is the best card in your deck. All right, what's this card called? Whiskervale Forerunner. Okay. Please draw Whiskers. XD. All right, there we go. We're good. We're good, boys. Please draw Whiskers. It's locked in. Mr. Whiskers has locked in the W ski. All right, now I'm going to go to the bathroom quick. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how this deck that I wasted like the first 6 picks of the draft and some in pack 2 is already done better than our last draft, which was pretty good. I mean, we had some pretty good cards in that deck. Like, we had Wix Patrol, we had all the mill cards. Like, we were set up. We were in the bucks, as the kids would say. In the bucks, baby. All right, once again, we're on the draw here, but we do have access to Manifold Mouse and Raccoon Rallier, and we have Bright Blade Stout, which is awesome. Ooh, he's starting the game on turn 1. That's not cool, bro. Not cool, bro. Starting the game on turn 1 is not fair, because now he's going to play, once again, Blade Cache Gecko. Oh, he's at Steam Chat Charger, okay. I was like, if I go against a third person in a row who has the fucking Gecko, I'm gonna be heated. Maybe I just put this on the board to stall. I could have played Raccoon Rallier to give this haste, but I think I'd rather just have a good blocker. Given the circumstance, I'm actually just going to let this go through. Okay. That's good. That's a good draw. Good draw, skis. Dang, that guy has a cool pet. Almost as cool as your Thatcher pet. It's a Thopter, sir. It is an Ornithopter. You never heard of the legend of the Ornithopter, bro? Ornithopter is a legend heard far and wide. Nice, bro. Haha, nice, bro. Alright, don't mind me. I'm just gonna lifelink 4. I know you're playing Lizards and you have like no late game, but I'm just gonna have to lifelink 4. Educate this rootin' tootin' Texan cowboy. Ornithopter is known for being it's a 0/2 flying artifact, and it has 0 attack, and it costs 0. It's like the only creature in the game, and it's used in a lot of like combos, like because you can infinite combo with it. It's like, I think it's from like the first set in the game. It was either from beta or like second edition. Do I want to go Driftgloom Coyote? I don't think I do. I guess I'll do it. I mean, he's at 2 mana. What is he going to do? Pump up his Raider? Yeah, 4/5 Driftgloom Coyote. We're lit. He's trading. Bro, okay, so this guy's finally the person who, he's finally the person who bricked on lambs. Ornithopter is one of the most iconic cards in MTG. Let me look up what it says about Thopters. An Ornithopter is actually a real thing. It's like a flying contraption. So it was actually, it's a creature type. And it was actually first displayed in Antiquities, which is, I think, like the 9th set or something. They were among the first devices worked upon by the brothers Urza and Mishra. They started as Thran devices, salvaged by Tokasia's team. Don't know who the fuck that is. They were used to transport frequently in the early stages of the Brothers' War, which is a recent set. At the time of the Phyrexian invasions, ornithopters were employed on the flagship Praetor. Thopter is shorthand for the same word. It has the same etymology, okay? So this is an ornithopter. It's kind of like, what was that 0 mana card in Hearthstone? The Wisp, the 1/1 Wisp. So think about the 1/1 Wisp in Hearthstone, and then think about Ornithopter. So it's just a 0 mana 0/2 thing, and it's just like kind of a meme, right? Like, this is a card that was in several draft sets, like a ton of them, and you see it and you're like, oh, I'm never putting that in my deck, but I'll take it for the collection because it's a foil Ornithopter. And like people next to you like make fun of you because you took a good card over a foil Ornithopter, and they're like, dude. Like, that actually happened to me in a draft one time. Like, when I was like 15, my brother was like, dude, you're passing this fucking foil Ornithopter? Are you kidding me, John? I'm taking that shit. And his deck had like no way to utilize it, but it's just such an iconic card that the fact a foil was pulled, like he had to take it. I think he still has it today. Wait, how are we just popping off with this deck? Okay, to be fair, the last guy, he just bricked. That was my first person I went against that actually bricked, though. Once again, no 2-drop, but we're on the play, and we're on the draw. Oh shit, my opponent has a Whisper Quill Scribe. He's playing the same deck, but he has better cards than me. Take out the trash, son. Bro, this is one of the coolest cards. Take out the trash. You're literally throwing trash at someone and he's a raccoon. That's so cool. They honestly should have, like, came out with, like, a new mechanic called Trash Boat. Just as, like, a throwback to Rigby off of Regular Show. Whenever he changed his name to Trash Boat. That was an iconic part of raccoon history. And they should have had a duo card called Bordakai called Rordekai and Migby. Rordekai and Migby. That's what it would be. It'd be a throwback to Mordecai and Rigby from regular show. It'd be a duo because they have several cards, like Bravekin Duo. It's a rabbit and a mouse. They could have had Rordekai and Migby, and it would have been a bird being a blue jay and a raccoon being Rigby. Bro, that would be so insane. That might just be the biggest miss in the modern era of woke MTG. I'm gonna be honest, if they actually did that callback, I would literally forgive them for making Sauron from the Lord of the Rings black. Wait, hold on. Why did I just call it that my opponent was gonna be playing the same deck, but just have better cards than us? And as I say that, he plays down the one good rare I have in my deck. Oh, that has double strike? That's not fair. So I'm just taking 8? Wow, that was insane. This is a mouse and a raccoon? I didn't know that. Wow, I really wish I had my take out the trash for that, because, like, this is just going to kill me. Like, I think we're legitimately just already dead. I mean, he's going to be able to double strike us to death. Even doing this doesn't really provide any value. My friend just sent me a meme of people holding up guns. The left picture says arena grinders with 100 plus drafts and 17 lands data memorized by heart. And then on the right, it says Hall of Famer who almost read the whole spoiler. All right, bro. Attack. We all know what you got going on here. Well, 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 sir. Buddy's out here giving everybody double strike. That's 6. That's 8. So I guess if he has that rabbit card, it's GG. Which is very likely. Let's just assume he has the rabbit card. But that has trample. So if he pumps this to 10, that's 10. I'm taking 2. I mean, I know he's got the rabbit card. Oh, he actually had to take out the trash. Okay. Oh, well, now I get the rapid card when it doesn't matter. That sucks. Alright, well, I mean, I'm just cooked. Good game, good game. Our worthy opponent, a guy who stole our bomb. Alright, well, this doesn't seem playable. Yeah, I don't think I'm down with this. Okay, this hand's gas. This hand's so gas. I knew it.
I fucking knew it. Oh.
Alright, this hand's just gas. Let's be real, the hand's just gas. Wow, I feel so powerful right now. It feels like I'm doing what the deck was actually intended to do, except there's like a 50-50 chance we just don't draw a land here. And then the dream is just dead. If we do draw a land, we're cooking. We're literally cooking. Oh, he's going to carrot cake. He's cooking now. We need to take back control of the cooking. We need to put the cooking back into the hands of Americans. No, no, no.
Hold up.
Why?
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Why? This is why America's on the downfall. We need to take control of the cooking in our hands. I could have been cooking so easily. Why did they do me like this? Part of me feels like this card isn't actually as good as it seems. Like, so many things have to go right for you for this card to just be bonkers. But when it hits, it hits. I almost feel like they should have made, it a mouse and a rabbit. Like, that would have worked so well, because then you get the tokens. Bro, why am I top decking like this? This is so gay. No, we can. Oh, no, that's not a token. Bro, no, don't do me like that, son. Wait, why does this guy just have a random rare that just cucks me? Now my opponent just sees me with my pants down. He randomly just knows that I'm just cooked on lands. Bro, don't cook me like this, please. No, he's gonna kill my stoat. My stoat! Okay, let's be real. I wasn't gonna win anyway. If I'm gonna sit on 2 lands for 10 turns, I'm not gonna win. I mean, that's just how best of 1 goes. Brother! Brother!
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Why can I not play the game? I almost just want to quit out in these situations. I have 17 lanes in my deck. It has been above a 50% chance for me to hit a land for the past 5 turns. Oh wow, creature I don't want to kill because I can't do anything, okay. Dude, what are the chances of this happening? What are the actual fucking chances of this happening? How many turns has this been? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It has been 8 turns without us drawing a land. This is so sad. So you're going to tell me that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. In the top 12 cards of my deck, in a 40 card deck, I'm going to see 2 lands. That is just an unrealistic possibility. Seven turns, no lands. This is really fun and interactive gameplay. Bro, somebody give me the Neuralink. I'm dead drawing. Okay, I guess I can pump up my guy for like no benefit. Okay, well, I don't want to block. Wait, why does this have vigilance? This is so insane because it has vigilance. This is actually better than the vehicle from Modern Horizons 3. You're kidding me. That's so sad. All right, 8 double strike damage. He doesn't have it. He fucking has it. I'm out. This run started off so good, but they all start that way. They all start that way, don't they? All right, if we don't win this one, it's a sign that I need to go outside and touch grass. It's crazy that when I brick back to back to back in games. Okay. I will continue to brick back to back to back. This is awesome. And on the draw. Even worse. Bro, how can you brick this many times? My land ratios are the most optimized. I thought the hand smoother was supposed to help you. The hand smoother has done nothing but make this run unplayable, and as well as the last one. I've lost 3 times as many games now in this format without, like, me being at fault, but just from the hand smoother. I don't know how people play this regularly. An opponent is keeping a hand of 7. That's awesome. And my opponent's using some commie ass sleeve. This is literally like some... This emblem reminds me of like the... What do they call that? The... Like, it reminds me of like the red curtain symbol. Like, of Germany. What do they call that? The regime? Oh, I drew a playable card. I didn't know I was allowed to do that. My bad. Wait, maybe it's my turn to just like pop off with a 5-lander for the one time? Maybe, baby. Maybe, baby. Alright, opponent is ramping on turn 2. That's very unfair. Into a Baker. He's just going to stabilize because green is the best color. I understand. And then awesome. He's able to just kill my only beneficial game piece. And I dead draw. Cool. Why is this format so quirky? There's so many lines. Like, I could, like, beat my dick with a tapped 1/1 fish, or my opponent could play literally the best and highest win rate card in the entire format, while I beat my dick with a dead 1/1 fish. That's really cool. Even cooler, I have a rabbit card, and I have a raccoon card, neither of which I actually have present in the game, while my opponent has the best bomb on the entire roster. That's awesome. He, in fact, has the raccoon I need. Wow, this is very frustrating. 3 back-to-back games of hard bricks while the opponent has a bomb. I don't understand how people just have these drafts. Like, I think I'm like 7 drafts in. I have yet had one of these gravy train drafts where you just have all the moving pieces together and have an optimal, like, 2-color streamline strategy. Don't worry, I don't even have a rabbit. Don't respond. I don't even have a rabbit, bro. Just let it go through. I'm gonna kill your guy with this tapped fish. Because, like, I can't even do anything. Bro, please let me have this. I need this. What the fuck? Why does he actually have that? Are you kidding me? No, why? Why is this my top deck? That's so bad. Okay, I'm in a simplified game state versus a person who is a late game oriented deck, and I'm playing the lowest to the ground deck in the format, and I'm just dead drawing lands. This is fun. Man, this is a good event. Bramble Guard Veteran, okay. My opponent's just gonna nickel and dime me to great success. Into an Honored Dray Leader. Wow. I don't know how you draw so much gas, man. Awesome. Another land. That's exactly what I wanted right now. Another land. Bro, I saw this one. Oh, this is what we're doing now. I've never even seen more than one cash grab. He also has a Keen-Eye Curator, a Fecund Green Shell. Wait, this guy actually just has a mono green deck. Wait, it just hit me. He has 3 cash grab and he has a mono green deck? What the fuck?
I am not gay.
How am I playing versus this person?
And sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
What?
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
I have played against people who have had 5 bombs before. But what is this? How are you getting a mono green deck with 3 cash grabs, the best rare in the set, the best rare in your archetype, and every card in your deck has synergy, and you don't brick on lands? That's so sad. Another land. Yeah. Okay, I'm done. Time to switch to some relaxing Hearthstone. I think it's time to go outside. Well, I did not have fun in that match. I will report it as not having fun. There's nothing relaxing about Hearthstone. Hearthstone is in fact almost anti-relaxing because it's just so solitaire based. They need to bring back the OG gameplay where your decision mattered. Decision making used to matter, and recently it is not. Building decks is what's fun in Hearthstone. Yeah, I don't think I will be playing best of 1 again. I think that solidified me. After losing a lot of money and after not having an enjoyable experience on really like 9 out of 10 runs just because I'm just dead drawing into lands over and over again, that really ruined my experience. But that's okay. There will always be another day, and eventually I will go against the person who draws all lands. Trust me, it is bound to happen. But thank you so much for everyone who stopped by to listen to me rant and, listen to my very annoying content. I really appreciate it. So have a wonderful rest of your day. I'm going to go touch some grass, hopefully interact with some females, do some cool guy shit, and I hope you do as well. So as always, if it's not the goo, it's got to go, and this was not the goo.